What if I told you the 1980s gave us more iconic movies than any other decade in history? From time-traveling DeLoreans to alien friendships, from action heroes to comedies that still make us laugh today. The 1980s didn't just make movies, it created legends. In this video, we're going to show you the things you didn't know about the greatest films of the 1980s. These are the films that defined our childhoods, shaped pop culture, and changed cinema forever. But here's something most fans never figured out. One of these movies almost never made it to theaters, and another was hated by the studio that made it. So, sit back and let's rewind time. And the first movie is… What George Lucas revealed about Star Wars in a recent interview was absolutely shocking. It wasn't just the lightsabers, hero's journey, or even a side bet he made with Steven Spielberg. And you won't believe why Gaddafi almost started a war because of a massive set piece. So, number 1.
What the editor is doing is maybe doing a scene that's 2 or 3 minutes long, and they're selecting out of all these takes and all these camera angles, where do you go in this scene, what do you cut to, and why do you cut to it?
Before there was even a Death Star, there was a woman so talented that she even won an Academy Award for Best Film Editing. This was the wife of George Lucas, Marcia, who became a critical cog in the wheel that made Star Wars flourish. As the story goes, George Lucas often found himself frustrated by the filming, suggesting that it didn't really pop or showcase everything he intended. Even when he was struggling to come up with new ideas, he became frustrated. Yet his wife, Marcia, often stepped in, assisting with ideas, but her true skill came post-filming. Marcia was credited with cracking the plot wide open, more specifically, the Death Star trench run, to add an emotional component that hooked audiences.
Have you not? What? Yahoo!
She later earned an Academy Award for all the hard work. But you won't believe what Steven Spielberg said about it. Number 2. Before Lucas became a powerhouse director, he was involved in The Godfather as an assistant to director Frank Ford Coppola. Here, Lucas learned the tricks of the trade, but when he first created Star Wars, no one believed in it, except for one man. Lucas screened a rough cut of the movie to his director friends, who were unimpressed by its design. Even his mentor, Coppola, said it would be a failure, while Brian De Palma, another director, called it the worst movie ever. This all broke the little confidence George Lucas had left, until Steven Spielberg viewed it. According to reports, he was the only one to predict that it would be a smash hit, and so it happened. Yet before all this, Lucas faced a lot of criticism and rejection. Number 3. You'd think that such an out-of-the-box idea would be picked up by everyone. But when George Lucas approached a variety of studios, presenting his script, he was met with rejection. Almost every major studio, including Universal, Disney, and United Artists, rejected the concept, stating that no one would be interested in such a far-fetched sci-fi movie. But Lucas persisted, digging deeper until he finally came across Alan Ladd Jr. from 20th Century Fox. But even he had concerns about the viability of the film, and only offered Lucas the money thanks to American Graffiti. Ladd Jr. greenlit the film, but not by giving Lucas everything he wanted. In fact, the budget was a major problem. Number 4. For a sci-fi movie like Star Wars, taking the story from paper and turning it into a screen production seemed like a daunting thing. Not only was it going to require a lot of special effects, but lighting and even technology. Unfortunately, Ladd Jr. couldn't help Lucas with the budget, which all came down from Fox. The studio believed that the movie was a delusional idea, but was willing to take a chance on it. Yet to protect themselves, Lucas was only given a budget of $11 million, which was so low that it barely covered the costs of the actors. So, George Lucas himself took a smaller director's fee, hoping to free up a few more bucks to make the film into the classic that he envisioned. Even more, they turned to small figurines and matte paintings for the starry background, while old-school camera tricks allowed them to pull off the unthinkable. So, what did George Lucas get that made him a billionaire? Number 5. Instead of a massive paycheck up front, Lucas made a deal that eventually made him a billionaire. he made a deal that ensured he had all the merchandising rights for the film, including clothing and posters, while the toys were sold by Kenner, paying Lucas 5 cents for every dollar made. Since Fox didn't believe it would be successful, they agreed, and when it blew up unexpectedly, it created a nice little fortune for Lucas. Moreover, he secured the rights for a sequel as well, which further cemented his fortune, and toys began rolling out before Christmas. Today, many of these iconic toys are worth a pretty penny and often sold at auction to collectors. Number 6. Growing up, George Lucas idolized the television and comic book franchise Flash Gordon. When becoming a director, he always wanted to create a movie based on the comics in the series, even approaching the creator, Alex Raymond. Yet, he refused, with no one willing to sell him the rights. And then he decided on the spot that he was going to create his own. So, Lucas began writing the script for Star Wars, coming up with new characters and an even deeper story arc. Essentially, Star Wars is the beautiful bastard child of that failed licensing deal. Number 7. One of the most iconic parts of the entire Star Wars franchise is the opening crawl. No matter which movie you watch, it always opens the same way, with a lot of words running down the screen and giving the viewer some context. Yet the original crawl was absolutely horrible, with Lucas creating 6 long paragraphs, convoluted in such a way that his friends simply couldn't understand. Had it not been for Brian De Palma, the man who called it the worst movie ever, it might not have been so iconic. De Palma actually sat next to Lucas and helped him to rewrite it. But to display it in such a way was even more iconic. Since Lucas didn't have the budget of big movies to use computers, the crew actually filmed it. They used a 6-foot-long piece of black paper with yellow text scribbled on it. The camera then slowly glided over it, with even a small wobble ruining everything. Just to create this first scene is said to have taken the crew an entire day of retakes. Number 8. I'm pretty sure you are wondering how George Lucas came up with perhaps one of the most iconic names for any superhero. Yet, Luke Skywalker was never the first choice, with the original script calling the film The Adventures of Starkiller, as taken from the Journal of the Whills, Saga 1, The Star Wars. Sounds ridiculous, right? Well, that is exactly what the audience would have thought. And the name was so long, it didn't even fit on the promotional posters. At the same time, news broke of Charles Manson, the iconic cult leader and serial killer who terrorized the public. To ensure that the film didn't make audiences think of the killer, he quickly changed it from Starkiller to Skywalker. The name stuck and is now the most iconic character in the entire franchise. This is largely thanks to the incredible work of actor Mark Hamill, but it is still truly iconic. Number 9. Despite the great friendship between George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, the two men had a lot of jokes together. But at one point, they became competitive, with neither willing to back their own film. While Lucas was creating Star Wars, Spielberg was directing Close Encounters with the Third Kind. Lucas had so little faith in his own production that he truly believed the Spielberg film would outgross him at the box office. So, the two made a deal that if Star Wars made more money, Spielberg would receive 2.5% of the profits, and the other way around if it didn't. Of course, Star Wars was the #1 grossing movie of 1977, leading to Lucas losing the bet and having to give a massive 2.5% of all Star Wars profits to Spielberg. Perhaps this is why the man had so much faith in the movie. But Lucas had so much stress, he didn't even watch the premiere. Number 10. Even before the movie was released, Fox had gotten to Lucas so much into Lucas that he told everyone it was going to flop. There were so many problems that he had to be on set for every single scene. But when it premiered, Lucas couldn't stand to watch the entire film, choosing to get up midway through and leave with Spielberg to have dinner in Hawaii. When Lucas returned, he was absolutely stunned, with theaters adding more slots, and the name Luke Skywalker turning from a character to a hero.
Old Obi-Wan on some damn fool idealistic crusade like your father did.
Sir, if you'll not be needing me, I'll close down for a while.
Sure, go ahead. What is it?
His stress was all for nothing, and he missed the entire blow-up of the movie in mainstream Hollywood. The rest is history. But did you know Freddy Krueger nearly flew an X-Wing? Number 11. Everyone knows the iconic Robert Englund in his role as Freddy Krueger in The Nightmare on Elm Street. Yet his success propelled him to audition for Star Wars, specifically the roles of Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. Unfortunately, Lucas didn't like the audition, not giving him either of the two lead roles. But Kruger wasn't bothered, asking his friend Mark Hamill if he'd want to audition for the role of the farm boy. Reluctantly, he accepted. When Hamill then auditioned, Lucas loved it and immediately cast him as one of the lead stars. Today, no one can imagine anyone else playing the role of Luke Skywalker. But who fought for the role of Solo? Number 12. Can you imagine anyone else other than Harrison Ford playing the role of Han Solo? I certainly can't. But before Harrison Ford was the main star, the studio had a lot of big names auditioning for the role. These weren't just up-and-coming actors, but stars like Kurt Russell, Al Pacino, Nick Nolte, Christopher Walken, and even Rambo himself, Sylvester Stallone. Selecting Ford wasn't because he had the best audition, or he even looked like the best option for the role. In fact, while the others were auditioning, Ford helped run the lines for the others, which naturally made Lucas see how much he was invested in the story. This made the decision a lot easier, and by the end of it all, Lucas went with the iconic Indiana Jones actor. But let's see how Jodie Foster's schedule gave Carrie Fisher the role of Leia. Number 13. Let's face it, Carrie Fisher is the only person that comes to mind when you think of Princess Leia. She embodied the role and created a world-renowned character that lived on for decades. But she was never the number one choice, and even George Lucas didn't have her pegged as his lead option. Before Fisher auditioned, numerous hopefuls gave it a shot, including Sigourney Weaver and Glenn Close. Yet, none was as great as Jodie Foster, who had arguably the best audition and could have turned the role into something iconic. Unfortunately, Foster was a little tied up with her Disney schedule, leaving Lucas with no other option but to choose Carrie Fisher. It definitely turned out to be the best option. Number 14. Peter Cushing is nothing short of a legend. Not only had he done some iconic roles, but when he was selected as Grand Moff Tarkin, everyone knew it was going to be a classic. The problem was that the Imperial Army had a distinct pair of boots that often made them all look part of the army. For Peter Cushing, it was devastating and painful. He absolutely hated the boots, complaining about how they hurt his feet, even being too small. So he approached George Lucas and asked him to wear something else, perhaps a pair of fluffy carpet slippers. Lucas reluctantly agreed, and for most of the scenes where his feet weren't visible to the camera, Cushing was wearing a pair of house shoes. Basically, the most powerful man who ordered the destruction of Alderaan did so wearing fluffy slippers. So, who was the original Darth Vader? Number 15.
If this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador? Commander, tear this ship apart until you found those plans.
Orson Welles is widely famous for voicing the character of the Voice of God in a production of the Fireside Theater for the ABC radio network in the 1930s. His highly authoritative voice resonated with fans and would have certainly been powerful enough for the delivery of Darth Vader. For months, George Lucas truly believed that this would be his main star for the role, yet his fame became a problem. Lucas sat down and thought that his voice was so famous, people would easily recognize it, regardless of the special effects. He feared that audiences wouldn't perceive Darth Vader as the villain if his voice was so popular. So they found the lesser-known James Earl Jones, and the role would propel him to such stardom that he even went on to voice Mufasa in the 1994 Lion King. But creating Darth Vader wasn't easy. Number 16.
And the script described him as some kind of a strange, dark being who was in some kind of life support system, that he was breathing strange, that maybe you heard sounds of mechanics.
You might think of Darth Vader as the brainchild of one man. You might even believe that James Earl Jones was the lifeblood behind the character. But that isn't entirely true, and what many fans fail to realize is that the original Darth Vader was an incredibly complicated character. James Earl Jones was the voice, but he didn't physically wear the suit. This job was given to actor David Prowse, who managed to easily pull it off. Secondly, there was Bob Anderson. He wasn't just around, but the man behind the lightsaber stunts who made it all pop. And finally, there was Sebastian Shaw, the man finally revealed as the face of Vader in Return of the Jedi. This proves just how much work went into creating this amazing and timeless character. Number 17. When Alec Guinness, the star who played Obi-Wan Kenobi, got the script, he completely hated it. In fact, he famously wrote letters to his friends where he rubbished the script and called it fairy tale rubbish. It was quite a blow to have one of the key stars feel that way about the movie. But when it came to his acting, he was meticulous. In fact, he convinced Lucas to make Obi-Wan wise from the start, being seen as the man who truly understood the Force. This was far better than having him star as a crazy old wizard, resembling more of Yoda than the actual character he was playing. But what about Chewie? Number 18. One very interesting thing is the fact that George Lucas had an Alaskan Malamute dog that always used to ride shotgun with the famous director. Indiana was her name, and she was often seen on set. So, when Lucas came up with the name Chewbacca, he wanted it to be inspired by his dog, but calling it Indiana wouldn't work. So, Lucas chose the Russian name for the dog, Sobaka, slightly modified it, and called it Chewbacca. He certainly became one of the iconic stars, and Han Solo's most loyal, trusted friend. Number 19. The Star Wars Jawa Sandcrawler was one of the most unique vehicles used in the entire movie, but having it on set almost caused an international incident. While it was standing on the edge of the set, the vehicle was mistaken by the Gaddafi-led government as a war vehicle, and the dictator himself threatened war if it wasn't moved. The movie was filmed in Tunisia, but much of the filming took place near the Libyan border, and they believed Tunisia was readying to invade the country. Fortunately, cool heads prevailed, and the vehicle was finally moved to prevent an international incident. But speaking of Tunisia, the rain nearly derailed it all. Number 20. If you want clear weather and a desert, Tunisia is one of the best spots for filming. It sits in the Sahara, and the possibility of rain is very rare. Yet, when Star Wars filming began, the rain gods chose to shock the entire crew. While they were planning, the heavens opened up, and Tunisia experienced its first major rainstorm in 50 years. Not only did it delay production, but equipment got wet, and many of them had to be replaced. But can you imagine a desert planet delaying production simply because it got wet? Number 21. Back to Chewie. You can imagine how warm that suit might have been in the scorching desert heat. But in the 1970s, costume designers didn't know about adding ventilation that could enable some breathability. So they simply gave Peter Mayhew the suit and had him wear it for the entire production. Eventually, the heat got to him, and he became so ill with fever, especially during the compactor scene, that it was nearly delayed. To keep him from suffering, the crew had him sprayed with cold water, wetting the entire Wookiee suit. Then they filmed the trash compactor scene, and with the wet Chewie suit, it just added even more disgust to the scene. But let's have a look at why the rest of the crew almost threw up during the scene. Number 22. One of the most disgusting scenes of the entire film is when the gang must traverse the disgusting trash compactor. You'd think that perhaps they'd have some clean water and use something sanitary to turn the color dark. But George Lucas wanted realism. For weeks, he left the trash compactor without cleaning it, which turned the stench from manageable to just disgusting. The scary thing is that they never even told the crew about this, which made it even worse. So when Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, and the rest of the crew entered, the disgust on their faces was real. Reports suggest that Hamill even developed a visible blood vessel in his face due to holding his breath for an extended period. Number 23. Since funding was a major problem throughout the movie, at some point they even ran over the budget. This meant that when they began shooting the X-Wing scenes, they had a problem with costumes. To film the scene, they used miniature figurines, but when showing the pilots in a cockpit, this was a real cockpit. The only problem was that they didn't have any specific pants for the scene, and only the flight jackets were visible. So, next time you see the X-Wing pilots attacking the Death Star, remember that they were comfortable in their gym shorts and flight jackets. Number 24. Let's face it, no one expected Star Wars to be the absolute classic that it was. Even Lucas said it would fail, while most of the cast felt the same way. Back in the 1970s, many theaters had a stay-for-free policy, which meant that once someone paid for a ticket, they could stay in the theater as long as they possibly wanted. They could essentially watch Star Wars over and over again. But with the lines being so crazy, they had to do something. Since many people wanted to watch the film repeatedly, and people were queuing outside, they had to come up with a new plan. This plan involved removing the policy that allowed people to stay in the theater for too long. Cinema has never brought it back since. Number 25. Star Wars is pretty clear that Jedis are the good guys. But what audiences watching the first film didn't know was what to call the bad guys other than stormtroopers. Today, we all know they are the Sith, with Vader being the ultimate Sith Lord. But it wasn't even mentioned once during the film. In fact, the word Sith was popularized following the prequels, more than 2 decades later, with Darth Maul first appearing on screen. Did you notice the omission? Star Wars blazed trails for many movies to come. It led to one of the most iconic parodies of all time, called Spaceballs. The film had the same style, but was far more humorous, and nearly injured the entire cast. Number 2.
Reaction to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity. 1.21 gigawatts!
Back to the Future changed everything we believed about time travel. It rewrote science, gave us the DeLorean, and sent a young man on a journey that changed the future forever. As a bonus, guess where Bob Gale got the idea? So, number 1. Let's face it, the DeLorean is the most iconic part of the film. Even John DeLorean himself was grateful that his car was used in the movie, writing a letter to Robert Zemeckis in which he thanks the director for using the car. But this was never the intended prop for time travel. In the original script, the flux capacitor, powered by Coca-Cola, didn't even exist, and it was suggested that a refrigerator, with a device called a power converter, be used. But this would have required many more steps to make the time travel scene even slightly believable, and they simply stuck to the classic DeLorean. And much like the main prop of the show, you won't believe what Disney had to say about it. Number 2. When Zemeckis and Gale got approval from Columbia to write a screenplay, they wrote something incredible. Yet, none of the studios felt the same, with Columbia first calling it too sweet. Then they approached Universal Studios, which was even worse, saying that time travel movies don't make any money. So they approached the one company known for heartwarming and often wildly fictional movies, Disney. Now, you'd think Disney would jump at such a screenplay, but they called it too incestuous because of the mother falling for her son. In fact, it was rejected 44 times by various studios, until they did one thing. Number 3. While every studio was rejecting the movie, Zemeckis and Gale turned toward one of their close friends, a man named Steven Spielberg. At first, he too was a little scared to touch it, but after reading the script, Spielberg responded by saying that it was a very unusual story, but based on old-fashioned principles like family and coming of age and dreams and desires and the generation gap. He proposed that his own production company, Amblin Entertainment, make the film. But Zemeckis and Gale rejected the idea, not wanting to be known as the people who relied on their friend to get work done in Hollywood. They finally came around, and the next problem was finding a main actor. Number 4. Robert Zemeckis wanted Michael J. Fox as his main star from day one, but this almost didn't happen. Back in the 80s, Fox was tied up with a sitcom called Family Ties, and its production company, NBC, was not willing to release him for casting in Back to the Future. So, they had to settle for whoever they could find, with big names like Johnny Depp, Charlie Sheen, and even John Cusack taking the auditions. Eric Stoltz was the man who eventually got the part, and he was cast as Marty McFly. Yet, Stoltz couldn't really deliver the laughs the way the director intended, and 6 weeks into production, he was fired. So, Fox got the part, but working 2 jobs proved extremely difficult. Number 5. When Stoltz left, Fox was once again offered the part, but NBC and showrunner Gary Goldberg didn't believe he could do 2 things at the same time. Fox begged Goldberg to let him make the movie, but had one very important condition. The Family Ties schedule was not to be interrupted for anything. This meant that he had to work on the set of Family Ties from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. before rushing to the set of Back to the Future, where he'd film until 3:30 a.m. For 2 months, he kept up this grueling schedule to ensure that both productions were at their very best. It certainly paid off, especially the awards won by Back to the Future. Number 6. Back to the Future does an incredible job at foreshadowing what is to come. However, one of the best moments happens immediately at the start when the camera pans to a man hanging on the arm of a clock. It not only depicts a scene from the 1923 silent-era comedy Safety Last, but also what later happened to Doc when he found himself hanging from a real clock tower. It was basically poetry in motion. But, speaking of impressive, what about the iconic moment the DeLorean travels back in time? Number 7. One of the biggest challenges faced by Spielberg and company was creating a scene about going into the past that felt realistic. Industrial Light and Magic, ILM, was tasked with coming up with the effect, and they pulled it off brilliantly. They first laid out the tracks and lit them with gasoline, before a stunt driver drove the DeLorean that was superimposed on the burning tracks. Lightning and other effects were added, with a camera attached to a dolly coming to a standstill when the DeLorean vanished. This was a masterpiece in creativity and production, and more akin to something you'd expect to see in modern movies. The scene became one of the most iconic and arguably the best scene for many people when looking back. Number 8. Back in the 80s and early 90s, fans really lived themselves into the story, often believing that the bad guy was bad in real life as well. This became so rough for Thomas F. Wilson, who played the bully Biff Tannen, that he was constantly asked the same question at every presser. Wilson became annoyed, and he even created his own script to answer these questions. It went something like this. Yes, I'm Tom Wilson. Yes, Biff from Back to the Future. Michael J. Fox is nice. No, I'm not in close contact with him. Christopher Lloyd is nice. Leah Thompson is nice. Crispin Glover is unusual, but not as unusual as he sometimes presents himself. Eric Stoltz originally played Marty, but was fired due to performance issues. We had a couple of personal issues, but it's all fine now. It was a recurring gag at every Q&A session the antagonist had to be at. Many fans still see him as the bully and a horrible human. Number 9. If there is one thing the director nailed, it was the soundtrack of Back to the Future. In fact, it has one of the most powerful soundtrack collections of all time, led by The Power of Love. At the time, the song was number 1 in many different countries. But what many missed was that Lewis himself was in the movie. Yes, the man cutting the band short during their audition is the man who actually wrote the song. Quite a nice touch to add him to the cast. But you wouldn't guess the name the studio wanted to call it. Number 10. The title of the movie is just as iconic from the film itself. Yet, this was never the name the studio wanted for it. They argued the title was too bland and didn't really have enough to inspire people to watch it. In fact, the studio originally wanted to call it Spaceman from Pluto, suggesting it was catchier and more people would come to watch it. But it had nothing to do with the plot of the movie. And since the director didn't want to get involved, Steven Spielberg himself stepped up and said that it would be titled Back to the Future. This was perhaps one of the moves that turned it into an overnight classic. But where did Bob Gale get the idea? Number 11. For years, Bob Gale wanted to create a time travel film, but getting a good plot was something he always struggled with. Nothing really seemed to fit what he was looking to achieve. Then one summer, he visited his parents' home, where he stumbled upon an old high school yearbook of his dad. After seeing the old pictures, Bob asked himself if he and his dad would have been friends if they were teenagers at the same time. Immediately, the idea struck him of a father and son meeting at the same age, which perfectly builds the plot of the film. But isn't it still kind of weird that Disney couldn't pick up on this humor? Number 12. When you look at the setting of the movie, Hill Valley, it might be easy to think that this was a small American town used for the film, but that is actually not the case. In fact, it wasn't even built specifically for the movie. Located in the backyard of Universal Studios, it features the famous clock tower in Town Square. Yet, it was built in 1948 for the filming of To Kill a Mockingbird, Gremlins, and Goosebumps 2. Perhaps this is why it gave many people some déjà vu. But if you have seen it in any other movie, be sure to let me know in the comments below. Number 13. Doc Brown was not the first person to travel back in time. It was his dog, Einstein. But Einstein almost didn't make it to the movie, with the first script revealing Doc Brown to have a pet chimp called Shem. Yet, Sidney Sheinberg once again felt that having a chimpanzee in the movie wouldn't do well, and this time, everyone listened. His decision to change the name to something ridiculous might have been a good idea, but at least this made it even better. Number 14. The man known as George McFly, Crispin Glover, was one of the star actors. He drove the storyline and played a crucial role in how Marty would develop as a character. Yet, he didn't like the ending, preferring it to have been different and more in line with what he had originally read in the script. So, when the sequels came up, Glover insisted that he had to be paid more if they needed him to return. But this wasn't something the director or the studio was willing to do. They simply left him out, using old, archived footage of Marty's dad where he should have portrayed his role. Glover didn't let this slide, suing the studio for using his likeness, and the case later resulted in a landmark ruling that changed the way character likenesses were used. Number 15.
Who's president of the United States in 1985?
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Once Marty finally meets a young Doc Brown, he needs to convince him that he is really from the future. In one of the scenes, Marty is asked who the president was in 1985, to which he responds, Ronald Reagan. Yet, Robert Zemeckis feared using the name of Reagan, but once the president saw it, he absolutely loved the film. In fact, Reagan even quoted Back to the Future in his 1986 State of the Union address.
Never has there been a more exciting time to be alive. A time of rousing wonder and heroic achievement. As they said in the film Back to the Future, where we're going, we don't need roads.
When President Reagan first saw the film in the theater, it was reported that he ordered the projectionist to stop and rewind that specific scene. Perhaps it was his days being an actor that kicked in. But Back to the Future wasn't the only legendary movie made in 1985. Number 3.
I'll be back.
Terminator wasn't just about a cyborg looking to destroy Sarah Connor. It was an action fest, with high-speed car chases, futuristic technologies, and an actor who became a national hero. Here's what Arnold Schwarzenegger revealed about the Terminator that fans never figured out.
I actually went to set to see him.
You never told me that story.
I know. Told everybody else.
And, as a bonus, I'll reveal how a toy truck almost spoiled the entire movie. So, number 1. Before Arnie immortalized the role of T-800, and before O.J. found himself in hot water with the law, rumors were circulating around who James Cameron would cast as the Terminator. Many names were thrown around, but one of the most unlikely people was also thrown in the mix. Yet, being an unknown director at the time, Cameron listened to the studio for some ideas, when one exec proposed O.J. Simpson as a possible option. According to Cameron, this was immediately rejected, even though Cameron himself had to think about the idea. He said O.J. wasn't believable as a killer. This was when everybody loved him, and ironically, that was part of the problem. He was this likable, goofy, kind of innocent guy. Quite ironic, considering what happened just a decade later. But you wouldn't guess how James Cameron became the director. Number 2. Back in the 1980s, James Cameron only had one movie, Piranha 2: The Spawning, credited to his name. Yet, when he showed up with the script for The Terminator while living in his car, his agent absolutely hated it. So, Cameron fired him. And instead of selling the script to the highest bidder, he simply turned to Gail Ann Hurd. He sold the script for a measly $1 bill. But this wasn't the only stipulation. In the contract, Cameron stipulated that he was the one to direct the film, something that made a lot of people raise their eyebrows at the idea. Then he created a masterpiece, and followed it up with an even better sequel. But getting to the idea of the Terminator wasn't what you'd expect. Number 3. Unlike many Hollywood scripts with special writers and a lot of creative work, the Terminator came from the most unlikely of places. Whilst in Rome filming Piranha 2, Cameron was suffering from a few nightmares. Perhaps this was all tied to the horror movie he was filming at the time, but as the saying goes, sometimes nightmares can be assets. According to Cameron, he had a fever dream of a metal death figure coming out of a fire. He'd further mold the idea and create the classic Terminator movie we have come to love today. Unfortunately, not everyone believed it was a novel idea. Number 4. When the movie was first released, Harlan Ellison wasn't truly on board that Cameron came up with the idea by himself. He immediately filed papers to sue Cameron and the studio, claiming it was stolen from an episode of The Outer Limits he wrote in 1964. Cameron rejected the idea, standing firm that he was the one who came up with the idea. and that Ellison was just jealous that his production never got off the ground and faced a myriad of problems. It was even more frustrating that the two had to go to court, with the possibility that the studio would wipe out all the profits if the decision did not go in their favor. Fortunately, the two didn't need to go to trial. They settled outside of court for an undisclosed amount. But Cameron didn't hold back his comments after the deal was signed, saying that Ellison was a parasite who can kiss my ass. But even with these harsh words, you won't believe what the studio had in mind for Kyle Reese in an attempt to bring more dimension to his character. Number 5. Even though Kyle Reese is the main protagonist, one will forever remember the film for the iconic performance of Arnold Schwarzenegger. However, filming wasn't without its problems, with both Orion Pictures and the main financier, Hemdale, all having opinions of their own. In true James Cameron spirit, he flipped off Hemdale, but was a little more open to suggestions made by Orion. One such suggestion was that Reese have a canine companion, which was a cyborg also sent back from the future. This would have been an excellent idea, but it required a lot of technology and special effects, which were quite tough to do on a minuscule $6.5 million budget. Sadly, the canine companion idea was scrapped. It would have been fascinating to see a cyborg dog with some kind of superpower, perhaps giving Reese an even better shot at taking down the Terminator. Speaking of Reese, guess who should have played him? Number 6. We all know Michael Connell Bean for being Kyle Reese, but when James Cameron first pitched the idea of Reese, he had someone else in mind. He invited Arnold out for dinner, who he had proposed the idea to. Instead of being T-800, Arnold's recent success as a protagonist meant that Cameron wanted him to continue fulfilling this kind of role and become Kyle Reese. But instead of talking about Reese, Arnold continued giving his opinion on the antagonist and how he suggested T-800 should be portrayed. He even made suggestions about how the antagonist should act and where he saw the story going. So, Cameron immediately got the idea to cast Arnold as the Terminator. But this wasn't exactly what Arnold had expected. He recently played the hero, the protagonist, and the man fans cheered for in the hit classic Conan the Barbarian. Arnie felt that being the bad guy wasn't good for his image, and he didn't want to be the one to be seen as a bad guy by the American public. So Cameron explained that he was mostly being a robot, and that his passion for the character would elevate him as a star in Hollywood. Arnold eventually agreed to the idea, but then another moment of extreme awkwardness erupted when Cameron realized he had forgotten his wallet at home. Arnie agreed to pay for the dinner. So, Cameron had to figure out who was going to play Reese. Number 7. The legendary singer Sting was thumping away, entertaining crowds with the Police all over the world. He had a packed schedule, but instead of creating the music for the film, James Cameron had something else in mind. The studio already had numerous actors on its radar, including Matt Dillon, Kurt Russell, Tommy Lee Jones, Mickey Rourke, Michael O'Keefe, Scott Glenn, Treat Williams, Christopher Reeve, and Mel Gibson, but none of them truly blew Cameron away. So, he turned his attention to Sting, offering the singer a whopping $350,000 to play the role. But this didn't really appeal to the singer, who already had a packed touring schedule. According to Sting, Cameron's first film Piranha was bad, and he feared that creating another bad film with a science fiction style wouldn't be good for his image, while costing him a lot of money from his fully booked tour schedule. So, Cameron turned to Michael Biehn. But on the first audition, his southern accent was just a little off-putting to the director, and he was ready to scrap the actor. Yet, Biehn quickly changed it, and Cameron loved what he brought to the table. Number 8. One of the most iconic lines in the film is undoubtedly Arnold saying his famous line,
I'll be back.
However, the actor didn't feel comfortable with the word "I'll," believing that his accent made it uncomfortable and that it wouldn't be delivered correctly. Arnold wanted the line to be changed to "I will be back." Cameron snapped at Arnold, saying, "Don't tell me how to write, I don't tell you how to act." The two went back and forth with a little banter, but it was Cameron who finally emerged on top, convincing Arnold that it wouldn't sound bad. They then filmed the take 10 times until they found the best-sounding version. Yet, in the original Sean Huston's novelization of the film script, the line was supposed to be, "I'll come back." Number 9. Now, technically, T-800 speaks a lot more, but much of it was dubbed from a cop speaking to Sarah Connor's mother's voice. But since Arnold wasn't truly comfortable speaking English, his lines were significantly reduced. and he only spoke 17 sentences throughout the movie. With Arnold struggling to speak English with his strong Eastern European accent, the decision was made to cut most of it and just focus on those 17 lines. If you look at each individual word, Arnie transformed T-800 into one of the most iconic characters by speaking just 58 words throughout the whole movie. This just proves how impactful Arnie really was, the true definition of having your actions speak louder than words. But another problem popped up before filming when one of the main actors was seriously injured. Number 10. Just before filming, Linda Hamilton, the actress who played Sarah Connor, broke her ankle. Since she spent a large part of the film running from T-800, it proved a big problem during initial filming. So, Cameron came up with an idea. He rewrote parts of the script to show that Connor had an old figure skating injury, which required surgical pins in her tibia, which was why he cut her legs open. The scene was removed from the final cut, and they'd leave the running scenes till to be shot at the tail end of production. Perhaps this would have been a nice Easter egg. Number 11. One of the most iconic parts of the film is how T-800 handles his firearms when shooting. His robotic nature, never blinking, and accuracy made him seem like one with the role. But this didn't come naturally, and Arnold was never truly a big fan of guns. He'd spend months of training with real firearms and special military advisors, teaching him how to reload the gun and move in such a robotic way. In fact, he never really flinches, while his blinking seems fully controlled. But as imposing of a figure as Arnold is, it took some time for him to master this, with numerous takes having to be shot in order for him to master the true robotic nature of T-800. It would have been funny to have such an imposing force, with supposedly no emotions, acting like a puny human being. Arnold truly revolutionized the role thanks to this extra bit of training. Number 12. At the start of the movie, Terminator can be seen driving over a small truck. Yet, this truck would not be forgotten, but it was easily missed by many watching the film. Cameron and the crew foreshadowed the whole toy truck incident to what would happen at the end of the film. When T-800 was run over by the exact same model of truck he ran over. This didn't change much in terms of the movie, but it is an often overlooked Easter egg. Number 13. One afternoon after filming wrapped up, the public was treated as something a little different, or perhaps petrifying, depending on who you ask. As was custom, Arnold headed out for lunch often during breaks or when filming was done for the day. Yet, near the end of the film, the actor actually forgot he was still wearing his makeup. Arnold still headed out for lunch, with one eye missing, his iron jawbone fully exposed, and some burnt flesh that kept him in character. Imagine being the one who works or even eats at a restaurant, and some robot-like person with burnt flesh enters looking to eat. It is surprising that no one called the cops or began running away out of fear. Perhaps he would have turned around telling the servers, "I'll be back." No one knows whether Arnie remained in character, but this certainly would have been something to behold. Perhaps many people thought real aliens were invading. Number 14. Despite the revolver carried by Reese, it looks random when he uses it following the police scene. If you watched the film for the first time, you might be wondering how he magically got the gun, or if he had been hiding it all this time. Yet, this was never just a random revolver. In fact, it belonged to Lieutenant Traxler, but the scene where he gave Reese the revolver was actually cut from the final production. It was later revealed that as they stormed out of the police station, they found an injured Traxler, who believed their story and then handed him the revolver to protect Sarah. He later handed it to her in the motel, but it was very handy when they finally needed it. Number 15. One of the original ideas was to have two Terminators play in the movie. The first was an off-course T-800, but Cameron wanted a second Terminator made of liquid metal with the ability to shapeshift. Yet, the technology available in 1984 made it almost impossible, and special effects were not yet ready for the idea to become a reality. CGI was still in an infant stage, with its limits being already pushed significantly by the 3 Star Wars films made a few years earlier. After testing and trying, it was simply impossible for the studio to be able to pull this off. But when a completely computer-generated special effect proved to be a success in Cameron's The Abyss a few years later, he once again revived the idea of this, which would be a central theme for Terminator 2. Perhaps this is why a lot of the Terminator 2 storyline had some connection to the first. Number 16. One of the biggest questions was how old Sarah Connor was during the timeline of Terminator 1. It was a hotly contested topic, which later revealed that she was just 19. In Terminator 2, when Dr. Silberman says Sarah is 29 years old, T-1000 checks the profile of Sarah's son John, which then reveals that he was 10 years old. Quite a young age for someone to be terrorized by such an enormous entity. But her fate would be confusing in later films, dying in Terminator 3, but still being alive in another timeline, starring in the Sarah Connor Chronicles and Terminator: The Dark Fate. Let me know in the comments if you believe Sarah Connor should have been revived. Number 17. When T-800 came to 1984 for the first time, the idea was to have him figure things out. Since he was from the future, Cameron believed he didn't have any knowledge of things in the past, so a comical scene was intended, but was later cut. Seeing a woman put a car in reverse and drive into a trash can, Cameron wrote that T-800 would also do the same. Yet the feeling of comedy wouldn't really resonate with the theme of the film, and it was later cut from the final production. Perhaps this scene would have added a little more humor to the start, but it could have gone horribly wrong, perhaps even leading to Arnold being charged if a police officer had been around. At least Cameron got the shot he desired, and this would ultimately be a key moment. Number 18. One of the big problems with the bridge scene was that there were a lot of flies. In fact, the crew called it a fly scare with bugs all over the place. So, to film the scene, the crew used bug spray to get rid of the flies, and they were supposed to wait until the spray dissipated before filming. But Cameron thought it added a lot of character to the scene, giving it a foggy feeling that made it even more unique. So, in the middle of the bug spray, the crew started filming, and as it turned out, it was a stroke of genius, adding something extra to the film. Unfortunately, the scene was paused at some point to give everyone the opportunity to get used to the bug spray, with many people coughing as they didn't really expect it. So, even filming Terminator proved to be a little bit of a safety hazard. Number 19. In one of the most iconic scenes, Arnie is seen walking up to a car and punching the window. Yet doing this was considered illegal in California, and they needed a permit to do so. But Cameron didn't have any money left, already paying for the car and the scene himself. Arnold later remarked that Cameron pulled up to the car and told him to go out and just punch the window because he needed the shot. Fortunately, the crew didn't get in any trouble, but it was kind of crazy given the small budget that they resorted to doing this. The part where Arnold looks around to see if anyone is watching is also real, perhaps looking for any cops. Number 20. Terminator became an all-time classic, and it was shown all around the world. Yet when they showed it in Poland, there was a serious problem. The word Terminator actually means artisan apprentice in the country, which would have been completely different from the American meaning, which means killer. So, the name was changed to Elektroniczny Morderca, or electronic murderer, to help the Polish audience understand the meaning of the film. This wasn't done for the sequels, as pirated copies meant that everyone in the world was aware of its meaning by the time the sequel was released. But Terminator had nothing on the classic that came just a year later. A Steven Spielberg miracle, filled with drama and even a main actor doing double duty in Back to the Future. Number 4. Star Trek didn't obey the laws of physics. It completely destroyed them. Shuttles reached hypersonic speeds, aliens lived, and a cult following was born. Let's just say William Shatner doesn't really love Star Trek fans. Number 1. When Star Trek first aired its pilot, funds were just a luxury. The role of Captain Picard, or Number 1, was not initially intended for Patrick Stewart. It was originally given to Majel Barrett, girlfriend of creator Gene Roddenberry. She was cheap and played into the narrative of empowering women. But initial audiences didn't see it this way. They thought she was pushy, a little too dramatic, and the thought of a woman didn't make sense to be in such a leadership role. The whole series felt like a failure, but Roddenberry had a solution. Thanks to producer Robert H. Justman, they had a solution. And instead of panicking, Roddenberry took his advice, choosing to cast Patrick Stewart as Captain Picard instead. Having such an old and bald actor as Picard wasn't what Roddenberry intended, but it was a move that ultimately turned him into an on-screen icon. And no one had anything to say afterwards. Number 2. Back in the 1960s, The first television sets had only just appeared, and everyone was looking to buy one. Unfortunately, it was unlike anything it is today, with black and white screens dazzling millions of viewers with entertainment. But it was a problem for the creators of Star Trek, who initially intended the character to have a red hue. The red was intended to completely distinguish him from the rest of the humans. But it didn't just distinguish him, it turned him into a very dark character. Yes, red didn't seem to work very well on these old black and white screens. So the characters changed this, pushing the story into a different direction, with Spock featuring copper-based blood that would naturally turn his complexion to green instead. It worked wonders on older black and white screens. Number 3. William Shatner, who was cast as the beloved Captain Kirk, didn't come from a similar kind of acting background. He actually came from a series of darker films from the horror niche, like Incubus and The Intruder. So, when he appeared on the episode The Twilight Zone, fans were left in disbelief to see him being afraid of a small gremlin on the wing of a plane. It surely added an element of humor to his character for those who didn't see him in such roles, like modern audiences have with Boston Legal. But even before Shatner was cast, someone else was intended to lead the Enterprise. Number 4. NBC and fans who saw the original pilot, The Cage, were horrified by the role played by Jeffrey Hunter as Captain Pike. So, they outright rejected the series. Hunter subsequently severed ties with the production, leaving the creators with a problem and without a main star. But the writers didn't panic. Instead, a call was made to William Shatner, completely recasting the role and creating the legendary figure that is Captain James T. Kirk. It was a brilliant move that ultimately led to an iconic role, while keeping Captain Pike in the back pocket. But he was about to come back. Number 5. The role, somewhat darker than that of Captain Kirk, was not to be lost entirely. It was merely delayed, and when 1986 came around, creators were fishing for ideas. Then the original pilot came back up. So in the 2-part episode, The Menagerie, fans got their first glimpse of Captain Pike, in a scene that saw Spock actually carry a wounded and battle-scarred captain to planet Talos 4. But the origin of Captain Pike would still not be revealed until way down the line. At least the special effects used in the episode worked to enhance the drama, but no one knew exactly how much damage it would cause down the line. Number 6. Long before safety ever became a concern, both actors and stunt doubles took tons of risk. Even special effects designers did their best to take things to the next level, but with no regard to the safety of the actors. It led to, well, let's just call it some real battle scars. In one scene, Shatner, or Captain Kirk, came face to face with a Gorn, and the only way he could defeat it was to create an explosion. Unfortunately, it had long-term repercussions. Both Shatner and Nimoy were left with tinnitus, but it didn't deter Captain Kirk, with the actor becoming a major advocate for the disease. A famous musician got a hold of me cold. I didn't know him. He knew I got it because I was the official spokesman for tinnitus at one period, and I talked him down and encouraged him to do habituation. You know, the white sound. Because I was asked when I first got it how it affected my life from 1 to 10. It was a 9.5. Now, I don't hear it except when you and I are talking about it. Perhaps modern technology would have been more effective in protecting the actors. At least, we got something new from the series. Number 7. Star Trek is set in the future, 2265 to be exact. But back in the 1970s, the only real method of communication was a telephone. Not just any telephone, but something connected to wire. Adding this to the Enterprise would sound silly, and far from opening up the imagination of viewers. So, Gene Roddenberry had to come up with a plan, one that would force creative designer and director Matt Jeffries and prop builder Wah-Ming Chang to think a little outside the box. So, Jeffries came up with a flip phone, something never seen before, which didn't need any wires and allowed for communication. The idea was later adapted by mobile phone companies, and the Motorola Dynatac 8000X was finally released in 1983. Now, it didn't have the same flip feature, but this would be corrected in the 90s. Perhaps without Star Trek, we'd still be using landlines. Number 8. When the planet of Vulcan was finally revealed in the 1967 episode Amok Time, Roddenberry needed something unique to associate with the Vulcans. However, nothing stood out. Everything seemed stale, and the task was handed over to Leonard Nimoy to come up with something interesting. And interesting Well, that was right up his alleyway. Nimoy immediately remembered a day when he was a child attending a service at an Orthodox Jewish synagogue, even recalling the moment. They get their talents over their heads, and they start this chanting. I think it's called Dutchening. And my father told me, don't look. So, everyone's got their eyes covered with their hands, or they've got their talent down over their faces. And I hear this strange sound coming from them. They're not singers, they were shouters. It was all discordant. It was chilling. I thought, whoa, something major is happening here. So I peeked and saw their hands stick up beneath their talents like this. Today, this Hebrew blessing is used for far more different reasons than it was originally intended, and has become synonymous with Spock and the Vulcans. But fans wanted more. Number 9. A big part of Star Trek was the fans. But watching it on television screens each week was not enough. Fans needed more. They wanted to feel a part of the adventure, and a pressure began mounting on the franchise. So, in 1971, the first Star Trek video game was released. It was a text-based game, encapsulating the first few years of the franchise. But as technology grew, they demanded more and more. Something that actually frustrated Shatner, but I'll get to that in a second. To give the fans what they wanted, the franchise released a whopping 125 games in the following 5 decades, essentially monopolizing the video game industry. At least the actors got a little bonus pay from the proceeds. Well, not that they needed it back then. Number 10. Back in the 1960s, pay was a problem, and I mean a big problem. And if the show wanted any form of success, hiring top-notch actors that NBC approved of was absolutely critical to its success. But money was tight, with most of it going into the production and stage that gave fans an out-of-this-world experience. So, Gene Roddenberry came up with a solution, offering main actor William Shatner a whopping $5,000 per episode during the first season. But he would only get a raise of $500 for each subsequent season. It worked, and the star was on board, going on to earn an eye-watering $100 million in pay and residual checks from the show. But Leonard Nimoy wasn't actually bothered by this. Number 11. On screen, Captain Kirk and Spock were like brothers. But when money becomes a problem, such a relationship can quickly turn sour. This didn't happen in Star Trek. In fact, the 2 main cast members are true friends in real life, with Shatner even penning a book, Leonard, My 50-Year Friendship with a Remarkable Man. In the book, he often refers to the relationship between him and Nimoy, even claiming that he was the only man the actor was ever close to. The book went on to be a bestseller, unlike Star Trek, which almost got canceled. Again. Number 12. There ain't many ass-kicking women in the Star Trek series. Well, maybe just a few like Lieutenant Uhura, but after 3 seasons, a slump in ratings, and few people of adult age having any interest in the series, the future was bleak. In fact, the show was canceled in 1969, having run for just 3 seasons, with NBC pulling the plug due to low advertising revenue. Fans were livid, hateful, and ready to protest. So, after thousands of fan letters, hate mail, and even threats, yes, you heard that right, some idiots even threatened NBC execs. But it worked. The show was once again brought back, and just a few years later, at the launch of the Star Trek convention in 1972, its popularity exploded. But it didn't just make the actors and creators rich. Now even the execs were quiet, as the Benjamin Franklins kept rolling in. Perhaps this is why the women kept on dressing like Playboy bunnies. Number 13. Back in the 1960s and early 70s, women starring in films were always clad in long dresses and pants. But fans, especially men, always desired more, and one of these men was creator Gene Roddenberry. His first attempt to diversify the show failed when Majel Barrett, his wife, was cast as number 1. But it failed. Meanwhile, men were still obsessing over the likes of Marilyn Monroe, and miniskirts became a fashion trend. So, Roddenberry acted. He cast nearly every woman in the series with the same style, a tight shirt and a mini dress, to live out his own fantasy perhaps, or just to bring in some more male viewers. Nevertheless, it worked a treat, even though the true reason will probably never be revealed. I mean, it's not like we can ask Gene about the plan. especially given his ridiculous burial. Number 14. It's not like anyone believed the news that Gene Roddenberry wanted his ashes buried in space when it was revealed following his death. It felt like a hoax, a final moment of brilliance to remember him by. In fact, how would this even be possible, and who was going to sign off on such a ridiculous idea? It probably wasn't going to be NASA. Then, in 1992, aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia, it became a reality. Roddenberry's ashes were loaded, and the shuttle entered orbit. His ashes were scattered in space. But that's not all. Just 5 years later, aboard Celestis' Founder's Flight, an even larger chunk of his remains found its way into space. Even more, his widow, Majel Barrett, also chose to have a portion of her ashes join him for the everlasting journey through the cosmos. And that's not the only thing to happen in space. Number 15. In the episode Plato's Stepchildren, released in 1968, a blooming romance between Captain Kirk and Lieutenant Uhura was leading to something interesting. But there was a very big problem the creators had to overcome. Race mixing was kind of taboo in the 1960s. Segregation was still a thing, and fans didn't really know in what direction the episode was going. But Roddenberry didn't care about social norms, constraints, or anyone telling him what to do. So, he went for it, proving once again that he was a trailblazer. The moment was iconic, and the first interracial kiss on television took place. And guess what? No one was bothered by it. Unlike Malcolm McDowell, who feared for his life. Number 16. When the first Star Trek film, Star Trek Generations, released, a villain was needed. But this wasn't just any villain. It was Malcolm McDowell, cast as Dr. Tolian Soren. The problem is, fans didn't like him very much, and this pushed their anger over the edge. Dr. Soren had to end the life of Captain Kirk, one of the most beloved characters in the series. And fans, well, they didn't like this one bit. So, what followed was an onslaught of letters to the actor, all with threats that left him fearing for his life. It went so far that the studio had to hire private security for his press work in New York. At least, he didn't go on to antagonize fans, like the beloved Captain Kirk. Number 17. With the rise of the series came the rise of opportunities, more specifically, the rise of William Shatner. But even though the thespian with his quirky cadence captured the heart of fans, his real-life persona made him a bit of a prick. In a 1986 skit on Saturday Night Live, the befuddled star played himself attending the newly named convention Trekkers. But when the questions from fans got ultra nerdy, he snapped. And that's not where it stopped. Shatner later even penned a book called Get a Life, taking even more swipes at the fans of the show. Perhaps people should just give the man a little space. But Star Trek ain't the only iconic series, so make sure to smash that like button and check out this next video. Number 5. Rambo: First Blood wasn't just an action movie. It blurred the lines of reality and fiction.
I could have killed them all.
With ridiculous motorcycle stunts, a reckless director, and a workout schedule that nearly broke the main actor. And as a bonus, I'll tell you how long it took for Stallone to get in shape for the film. So, number 1. Rambo might seem like a fictitious character that can do the unthinkable, but the character was never a novel concept. In fact, writer David Morrell penned the book First Blood back in 1972. He was largely attracted to a real-world World War II hero, Audie Murphy, who was drafted into the U.S. military following Pearl Harbor by forging documents that made him seem older. Murphy became the most decorated soldier in the Second World War, winning every decoration of valor in the United States, including 5 more from both France and Belgium. Yet, instead of using World War II, Morrell adapted his novel for the post-Vietnam era, creating a character that would become iconic. But you won't believe where Rambo got his name. Number 2. When Morrell first began writing the novel, he was struggling to find a name for his main character. While struggling, he was nibbling on an apple, reluctantly asking his wife, "What's it called?" She replied, "Rambo," which was based on a type of apple cultivated by the 17th century Swedish settler named Peter Gunnarsson Rambo. Hearing the force with which she said it, he immediately believed that this would be the name of his main character. This would be his name throughout the novels, with the first name John only being added when the movie was put into production. However, finding a star actor was the next big hurdle. Number 3. When Columbia Pictures optioned the rights to Rambo to Warner Brothers in the mid-1970s, the script was passing through the Hollywood system, yet no one wanted to touch it. It wasn't until 1982, when it was finally purchased by independent producers Mario Kassar and Andrew Vania, that the film finally began heading in some direction. However, during the decade of development, the script was altered 26 times, and it had been passed through various actors. Names like Clint Eastwood, Steve McQueen, Paul Newman, Al Pacino, and even Robert De Niro were considered or signed at some point, before dropping out. Yet, when director Ted Kotcheff took over, he wanted Stallone to star in the role, citing his role in Rocky as giving him enough popularity for the role. But Stallone waved it off, suggesting that the role had already passed through too many big names and the movie was never really going to be made. Then, Kotcheff came up with a brilliant idea. He gave Stallone the right to help write the screenplay, which finally persuaded the Rocky star to join the cast. Perhaps the $3.5 million salary also helped a little to nudge him to a yes. Number 4. One of the main demands for the movie from Stallone was having a knife. But this was not just any knife. He wanted something durable, ideal for survival situations, while also giving him the option of self-defense. Stallone was given the green light, and he approached knife maker Jimmy Lyle, whom he had given directions on what he wanted the knife to be able to do. It took numerous versions before the first knife was finally made, and then they made 6 options, all with slight variations, but unnoticeable to the viewer, that were used during production. Many of these knives were destroyed during production, while some were handed out to the cast. Jimmy Lyle later returned for the sequels, designing knives with slight variations. But where was it filmed? Number 5. Despite the premise of the film being set in the jungles of Vietnam during the war, the real filming couldn't take place at this location. So, the studio came up with a solution, moving across the border. It was filmed largely in Canada, with the fictional town of Hope, Washington being Hope, British Columbia. Most scenes were filmed in the downtown area to portray the small town. Yet, creating the jungle scenes that gave a feeling of being in Vietnam was tricky for the producers. So, they had to settle for Lynn Canyon Park, with its dense and misty forests in North Vancouver. But it was not just the terrain they were after. British Columbia actually offered promotional subsidies for these locations, which significantly reduced the cost of the film. Speaking of costs, Number 6. When Rambo First Blood was released in 1982, it had a minuscule budget of just $15 million. In fact, almost a third of this was paid as salary to Sylvester Stallone in the form of $3.5 million. Yet, before its release, Stallone didn't believe the film had any promise, and he didn't know that it would even be a success. However, it made a whopping $125 million worldwide following its release, making it one of the biggest successes of the 1980s. Yet, despite all the action in the film, Rambo never ended anyone's life. Number 7. When Stallone first read the script, he noticed that there were a lot of people losing their lives at the hands of Rambo. Stallone believed that this didn't really play into the underdog role he was hoping the character would portray, so he changed it. And throughout the film, Rambo can be seen fighting off the bad guys, yet he always spares their lives. The only person who lost their life in the film was Deputy Galt, following a stone thrown at a helicopter by Rambo. This ensured that fans would always continue rooting for Rambo as the underdog, and perhaps in a similar way in which Batman was written. But portraying the role of Rambo came at a big cost for the main actor. Number 8. When Sylvester Stallone was first cast as Rambo, he wanted to do all his own stunts. In fact, Stallone wanted to become the character of John Rambo. The producers didn't want him to get injured, so the stunts he was permitted to do were severely limited. Yet, Stallone insisted on doing the final third of the cliff jump scene by himself, trying to create the special moment in the film. Unfortunately, it wasn't safe, leaving him with a broken rib for his efforts. It is even suggested that some of the screams heard during the scene are those of actual pain he felt. Even the cuts and bruises seen later in the film are all real because of these stunts. Fortunately, it became an iconic film that even got a few sequels. Number 9. In one of the most iconic scenes, John Rambo can be seen creating a makeshift poncho to protect against the frigid temperatures. Yet, unlike most props, this one wasn't strategically placed by the crew for him to use. In fact, it was just a random piece of canvas that was lying on the floor, and Stallone happily picked it up and modified it into a poncho. But this poncho didn't just save him or keep him warm. It became part of the most iconic look that actually defined the character. This piece of trash would be sold in 2015 to a private collector for a whopping $60,000, proving that even trash could be turned into cash. Unlike losing the weapons. Number 10. Guns are the lifeblood of any Rambo film, and every Rambo fan loves these weapons. Yet, when selecting guns for the film, they had to import them from the United States. However, the strict Canadian gun laws made it hard to get them across the border, so they modified them to be able to fire blanks. However, a few days after arriving on set, the guns just disappeared. The Canadian authorities jumped into action, knowing that they could still be converted to fire live-action rounds if modified. Unfortunately, the guns would never be recovered, and new weapons would need to be imported. The cost of these stolen guns was estimated to be in the range of $50,000. And this wasn't even the only instance of the Canadian authorities intervening. Number 11. Following the theft of the guns, the studio and producers feared the worst. They believed that maybe the perpetrators would return, especially with new guns being procured to continue filming. So, the Royal Mounted Police and the Canadian military were brought in to secure the area. In fact, they would be used as guards to keep the crew and the cast safe. Fortunately, none of these criminals returned. Number 12. Once the production stopped and the film was ready, it was shown to a small test audience. The first cut was about 3.5 hours, making it one of the longest films of the time. Alongside the test audience, Stallone and his agent also viewed the film, and while some were impressed, the main actor absolutely hated it. He and his agent felt sick watching it, and Stallone then tried to buy back the film and have it destroyed. When this failed, he urged the directors to cut most of his parts out and let the other characters tell the story. By some miracle, it worked, and with the film now much shorter, audiences loved it, setting the stage for most action films that were about to come. Number 13. Sheriff Will Teasel might be the main baddie in the film, but what many might not have known is that he is actually portrayed as a Korean War veteran. Following the scene where it was believed that Rambo lost his life in a mine attack by the National Guardsmen, Teasel returns back to his office. Behind him, you can see the Silver Star, Purple Heart, and the Army Distinguished Service Cross medals. Yet, despite being the bad guy for most of the movie, it is clear that Teasel was a true American hero. Both the Silver Star and ADSC are awarded for extreme valor and bravery in enemy combat, which begs the question of why he became such a belligerent asshole. Number 14. In the DVD commentary, Sylvester Stallone reveals that the names of his team in Vietnam, as read by Colonel Troutman, were not just random. In fact, many of these names were members of the production, like Michael Westmore, the makeup artist, and even Tom Bronson, who was the costume designer. It might have sounded like a real crew of soldiers defending America in Vietnam, but it was just a bunch of random names taken from the crew. At least it gave the film a little bit of an authentic feeling. Number 15. When Sylvester Stallone does his crazy stunts, including his skills with guns and even a bow, it is not random. In fact, Stallone followed a grueling 8-month training regimen, spending 4 hours per day working out. He did this for 6 days a week, following a strict diet to get into the best possible shape. One could argue that he was in even better shape for Rambo than Rocky, but I'd leave that for you to discuss in the comments. But this wasn't the only training. Stallone also attended SWAT training, archery, and survival courses that taught him all the skills he would need for the film. It all contributed to turning Rambo into an all-time classic. But this wasn't the only 80s film that taught fans survival skills. MacGyver actually had the audience play a large part in creating some of the most iconic stunts. Number 6.
Please refrain from using any further obscenities in the presence of these people.
What?
I've warned you. I'll be forced to thrash you.
Coming to America wasn't just a typical comedy. It was an action-packed cult classic, packed with kings, barbershop banter, and even a main actor who played multiple roles. And as a bonus, the whole studio got sued for the movie. But why? So, number 1. Before Norbit and the Nutty Professor, Eddie Murphy only played a single role in each of his movies. Yet Coming to America demanded something different, with various characters who all required a very distinct kind of humor. Eddie believed that only he would be the one to pull off the authentic feel of each character, but the studio didn't believe this was even possible. Being inspired by the performance of Peter Sellers in Dr. Strangelove, Eddie insisted where he'd end up playing not one, not two, but 4 different characters, each requiring their very own makeup. This meant that when he wasn't acting, he spent a large part of his time with the makeup artists. But you won't believe why Eddie almost withdrew from filming before it even started. Number 2. Before filming began, Eddie Murphy was given the script. What he found was that the film was about an African prince, actually named Eddie, who came to the United States. He hated it. Eddie insisted that he did not want to play himself and that people associate the role with any of his stand-up performances or roles. The result? Prince Akeem of Zamuda visiting the United States for the first time and exploring American culture for the first time. One awkward moment after the other.
About this wedding, the guests are waiting, Your Majesty.
Let them wait!
Number 3. When the cast was finally selected, the studio had one massive problem. No one was white. This was back in the 1980s, when studios believed that someone white was needed for the movie to appeal to various audiences. To appease the studio, Eddie turned to longtime friend Louis Anderson. According to an interview by Eddie in 2021, this was his response when asked for a white man to be in the cast. I was like, really? So I was like, who's the funniest white guy around and a friend of mine? Oh, Louis' perfect. And that's how Louis ended up in the movie. Number 4. 2 of the most powerful characters in the movie were certainly Zamuda's King Jaffe Joffer and Queen Auleon. Portrayed by James Earl Jones and Madge Sinclair, the 2 combined perfectly to make audiences break out in laughter. In fact, Hollywood execs were so impressed that they wanted to keep the pair together. This resulted in both actors being called up for the production of The Lion King in 1994. Jones played the role of Mufasa, with Sinclair sliding in next to him to play the role of Sarabi. Perhaps this is also how Jones became known as the man who said,
This is CNN.
Number 5. One of the most fascinating parts of the movie is when the cast visits McDowell's. It was purposely designed to resemble a McDonald's. It even had the M scribbled across the window, further lending some credibility to perhaps being filmed in a real McDonald's store. Yet, this wasn't the case. In fact, it was actually filmed in the Queens Boulevard Wendy's location, which stood until 2013, before being demolished for new luxury apartment buildings. Number 6. When Eddie Murphy first proposed the idea to Paramount, he had a completely different mission and title for the movie. Eddie envisioned it as an African prince leaving his palace for the first time in hopes of finding love in the United States. To capture all of this, he titled the film The Quest. But it didn't sit well with the studio, sounding more like an adventure instead of a comedy. Paramount insisted on changing it, and it would eventually turn into Coming to America, which became one of the most iconic films ever made. At least it gives a glimpse into Eddie's mindset, with it not just intended to be a comedy, but a heartfelt story of a man searching for love. Number 7. One of the biggest problems for black actors was breaking into the Japanese market. The country was notorious during the 1980s for skipping over films that had a majority of black actors, and they never truly made it to the box office. Yet, Coming to America was different, and it felt like a solid movie that had some humor for people of all races. It actually made its way to the box office in Japan. While no figures are available to show exactly how much it made, it is clear that the movie broke down barriers and opened the door for even more actors to be featured in the Japanese market. Number 8. Let's face it, the wedding scene is one of the best in the whole movie. Not only does it embody the real meaning behind the movie, but it also has some of the best choreography ever seen. However, finding a great choreographer wasn't that easy. Yes, there were some big names thrown around, but director John Landis was hell-bent on the women who choreographed Janet Jackson. Knowing Paula Abdul for being season ticket holders at the Lakers Stadium, Arsenio Hall and Eddie Murphy were already acquainted with her. They introduced her to Landis, who immediately loved the young lady. But this meant that one of the most important scenes was choreographed by a 19-year-old. Number 9. One of the biggest actors in Hollywood is none other than Wesley Snipes. Yet, when he auditioned for the role of Daryl, many believed he'd nail it, but unfortunately, he lost the role to Eric LaSalle. Nevertheless, Snipes was adamant that he wanted to collaborate with Murphy at least once, and he'd finally get this opportunity in the sequel produced in 2021. Perhaps the studio believed he needed a little more star power before he could finally earn the right to act alongside Eddie Murphy. Number 10. Following the success of the film, the studio believed they could capitalize on its success with a possible spin-off TV series. Yet many of the key actors would not return to reprise their roles. For example, Akeem wasn't returning for the sitcom, with Tommy Davidson starring his younger brother Tariq. The show didn't get any real traction, with only the pilot being released in 1989. Scathing feedback from fans and even a trial audience forced the studio to immediately pull it from production. Fans had to wait another 33 years for the sequel to be released, and it was certainly worth the wait. Number 11. By the mid-1980s, Eddie Murphy had become one of the biggest comedy actors in Hollywood. He played multiple roles, all of them earning major success. But with this success came some fame, and women were naturally drawn to Murphy. Unfortunately, many of these flings quickly fizzled out, and Eddie became tired of women only dating him for his fame. The main theme of Coming to America perfectly captures Eddie trying to find love, but having to deal with women who only want his vast wealth and status. This gives quite some good insight into the heart and mind of Eddie Murphy. But Arsenio Hall also confirmed this statement later. But why did Landis lose all respect for Murphy? Number 12. While both director John Landis and Eddie Murphy had massive success 5 years prior with the hit film Trading Places, it wasn't the same for Coming to America. According to Landis, he and Murphy had a lot of problems, suggesting that when the two first worked together, Murphy was a young, energetic man looking to chase success and follow instructions. However, it wasn't the same when he filmed Coming to America, with Landis suggesting all Murphy's success had gone to his head. In fact, Landis said the following about Murphy in a 2005 interview. The guy on Coming to America was the pig of the world, the most unpleasant, arrogant, bullshit entourage, just an asshole. We had a good working relationship, but our personal relationship changed because he just felt that he was a superstar and that everyone had to kiss his ass. He was a jerk, but great. In fact, one of the greatest performances he's ever given. At least the two would settle their differences, creating one of the all-time great movies of the 20th century. Number 13. There is no African country with the name Zamuda, but Eddie didn't want to use any real African country. In fact, he wanted something that sounded unique and would give the impression of a place no one had ever heard of. So they came up with the name Zamuda, but this wasn't entirely random. Screenwriters Barry Blaustein and David Sheffield actually chose the name of one of their friends, writer Bob Zmuda, a friend of Andy Kaufman. It was a major success, and the name became a very interesting part of the film's history. I bet if Google were around, the internet would be flooded with search requests about Zamuda. But why was Eddie actually sued? Number 14. When the movie was first released, everyone loved it. But one man, filmmaker and writer Art Buchwald, didn't believe that Murphy was the sole writer who came up with the idea. He actually wrote It's a Crude, Crude World, later renamed King for a Day in 1982, where he'd have a similar idea of someone coming to the United States. Buchwald firmly believes Murphy had stolen the idea, copied it, and created the film Coming to America. So, the case went to court, with Paramount losing and having to pay a hefty settlement to keep Eddie Murphy as the sole writer. Perhaps this was his only way to earn some dough, since his own film was marred with production issues. Number 15.
Excuse me.
Hey, it's Kunta Kinte!
During the barbershop scene, an older Jewish man is seen calling Akeem Kunta Kinte. It might sound a little random, but diehard fans of John Amos would know exactly where this reference comes from. Now, Amos played the role of Cleo, one that was originally intended for James Earl Jones, but this was actually a throwback to the 1977 miniseries Roots, in which Amos actually played the adult version of Kunta Kinte. Those who didn't watch the series might have missed this inside joke, but Coming to America certainly took humor to a new level, without crossing any real boundaries. It might not have had the success of a movie like Terminator, but there was far less controversy. Number 7.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna do what you all think I'm gonna do, which is just flip out!
Nothing cuts as deep as seeing your favorite TV star quit or get unceremoniously booted from a production. From creative decisions to behind-the-scene dramas, and as a bonus, I'll show you one of the biggest star meltdowns ever. So, number 1. Andrew Lincoln wasn't just a star in The Walking Dead. He literally carried the show on his back. He was the undisputed leader, moral compass, and heart of the show for 9 seasons. In fact, every fan of the show started by rooting for Rick Grimes through every zombie apocalypse horror.
Stay back! Anybody who tries to stop me's killing my brother!
But unlike some of the more colorful characters on the list, Lincoln's departure was purely personal. The star's family lived in England, while filming for The Walking Dead often took place in Georgia. According to Lincoln, he couldn't balance his schedule to spend enough time with his loved ones, ultimately forcing the star to leave the production. Fortunately, the star wasn't killed off, famously airlifted away to star in future Walking Dead movies, and now a spin-off series with Michonne. Yet, it still left a gaping hole and led to a monumental shift for the show, which had to find its footing without the lead star. But you won't believe what forced the next star to leave so unceremoniously. Number 2. The departure of David Caruso from NYPD Blue is one of the most legendary in Hollywood history. It even became a punchline. Caruso's intense gaze and delivery turned him into the breakout star of the entire show.
I didn't beat him.
Then why did he give it up?
Because he's guilty. And he knew I was willing to beat it out of him to get the truth.
His role as Detective John Kelly in the first season of NYPD Blue became legendary, even earning the star a Golden Globe. But it was the behind-the-scenes drama that ultimately led to his exit. According to some rumors, Caruso wasn't exactly the easiest person to work with, and after noticing how impactful he was on camera, the star demanded a significant pay raise. Moreover, he didn't want to stick to TV shows, wanting to move into the world of movies for a film career. Yet his demands fell on deaf ears, and to the dismay of fans, he was simply let go after just 1.5 seasons. Unfortunately, his tantrum didn't go too well among the Hollywood faithful, and his film career, well, that never really got going. Had it not been for CSI Miami, the star might have completely disappeared from the memory of fans. It once again proves that sometimes humility is more important than money. Do you think he deserved the pay increase? Or was NYPD Blue perfectly fine without the star? Let us know in the comments below. So, who can really beat this dramatic exit? Number 3. Grey's Anatomy is undoubtedly one of the longest-running television shows ever. With 22 seasons already done, it doesn't seem like the show has any signs of slowing down. And this means that many cast members have come and gone over the last 2 decades. Chief among them is none other than T.R. Knight, known to many as the sweet but often unlucky Dr. George O'Malley.
This is a very small bed.
He's a brain surgeon.
I look fantastic. I shaved my legs.
He's a brain surgeon. How can he be so brainless?
In fact, George was one of the original interns, with his journey taking him through a complex love life while having some of the greatest on-screen friendships ever. His character resonated deeply with fans, while giving people a combination of sad and happy emotions. Yet, his exit was far more complex than anyone had ever expected. According to reports, he had a few creative ideas of his own, and this led to some significant communication problems with showrunner Shonda Rhimes. Knight found himself with less screen time, while a supposed argument with Isaiah Washington was the final straw. At least the creators didn't give him a bad write-off. His tragic death hit fans hard, but it was necessary to open the star up for other roles. He'd go on to have a very successful Broadway career, but from one heartbreaking exit to the next. Number 4. One of the most incredible on-screen characters is none other than Lieutenant Colonel Henry Blake in the hit television series MASH.
What's your problem, which I may have tattooed on my forehead?
Got this in mail call today, sir.
To younger audiences, McLean Stevenson might not be much of a star, but for those who followed the show from the 70s and into the 80s, he is one of the biggest television stars. He was a bumbling, lovable commanding officer, a father to the 4077th, and ultimately a fan favorite. Yet at some point, he felt that something bigger might be on the horizon, and that MASH was probably holding him back. So, he and the producers agreed that it might be better for his own career to leave the set. But knowing that it would be one of the biggest moments of the entire series, they truly made it special. Instead of simply transferring him, They famously killed Henry Blake off in a plane crash in the episode Abyssinia Henry. It was a gut punch to viewers, a pioneering moment in TV history for its realism, and a testament to Stevenson's impact. Number 5. In one of the most shocking twists ever to take place on Law & Order, Christopher Maloney, who starred as Detective Elliot Stabler, left a hole in the hearts of many viewers when he finally departed the hit television show. For 12 incredible seasons, Stabler and Mariska Hargitay's Olivia Benson were one of television's most iconic partnerships. They didn't only have insane on-screen chemistry, but their intensity and unwavering commitment to victims often stole the show and drove the narrative. Calling it electric is an understatement. However, Maloney had to make the hard decision in 2011 to exit the production, with contract disputes being cited as the main reason. According to reports, he couldn't agree with the production team on the salary or the length of his new deal. This truly left fans devastated, but SVU still managed to continue its incredible run. Unfortunately, they couldn't ever fill the Stabler void, but thanks to some clever negotiations, they did manage to pull him back for organized crime, which truly shows the impact he had, and that the fans are still in control. As a wise man once said, this was a true story of a phoenix rising from the ashes. Number 6. Downton Abbey was one of the all-time great television series, but the unexpected exit of Dan Stevens as Matthew Crawley rocked the production.
It is, but don't tire yourself out. Sit down now and we'll send for Dr. Clarkson.
Putting it bluntly, do you think Robert has thrown in the towel prematurely?
Matthew wasn't just a star, but the charming heir to Downton, and his epic romance with Lady Mary proved to be the emotional backbone of the series. It gripped fans and kept them tuning in week after week to find out what is next for the couple. For their marriage and the birth of their first child, the two gripped audiences. But after a few seasons, Stevens had bigger ambitions and wanted to expand his acting career beyond television.
You bastard.
Stop this at once!
Then, the studio decided to kill off his character most unexpectedly and dramatically. He simply died in a car accident just moments after meeting his newborn son in the 2012 Christmas special. Since it happened so suddenly, viewers were left shocked, with some of them even turning to fury on various online platforms. It was quite a shock for something like this to happen on Christmas Day, but it also meant that fans of the show would never forget the heartbreaking moment. Number 7. Batwoman might not have been everyone's cup of tea, and often one of the most underrated shows on the CW.
X-ray vision. You really do have a lot of tattoos.
And somehow I feel like Cara Danvers doesn't have a single one.
Thanks to star Ruby Rose, who was the first lesbian lead superhero in a live-action TV series, it became a mega draw for audiences. Unfortunately, her mega performances didn't last long, and after just a single season, she announced her departure. But what made the star leave the lucrative role? Well, according to her, a combination of onset injuries created the spark. But much more controversial were the alleged unsafe working conditions. This was one of the main complaints from the star. It was one of the first times that a lead or central figure surprisingly exited her lead role, forcing the show to recast a lead star. But we simply cannot get rid of Grey's Anatomy. Number 8. Our longest-running medical drama makes another appearance at number 8 on this list. But this time, it is the often hated and jerk that is Dr. Alex Karev.
What's the matter with you? Change your clothes now.
Oh, yes, that's it. I have been walking around in the same vomit-soaked shirt since this morning.
Much like the previous star we lost, Alex was one of the original interns, but his character was anything but sweet. He began his stint as the self-centered jerk who believed the whole hospital revolved around him, but eventually transformed into the beloved pediatric surgeon. He didn't just help build the show, he starred in it for up to 16 seasons. Then, in 2020, Chambers abruptly left the production, without even appearing in his final episode. His character's exit, explained by letters revealing he'd left Seattle to reunite with Izzy Stevens and their children, left many fans feeling cheated and unsatisfied after such a long investment in his character's journey. This probably wasn't the best way for a long-running character to leave, but it seems that now, a few years later, fans of the medical drama have moved on, finding solace in the fact that he might one day return. Number 9. No one can forget the iconic role of Sam Waterston as District Attorney Jack McCow on Law & Order.
The defendant is one of the richest men in the world. He donates billions of dollars to various charities across the globe. He is close friends with...
What's fascinating is that Waterston has become synonymous with the series, being around for decades. His steady, powerful presence became the moral compass of the DA's office after joining the production in 1994. By 2024, he was the longest-running cast member, but eventually, the time for the old actor was going to run out. Aged 83 at the time of his departure, Waterston didn't have any bad blood with the production, nor did he have a fallout with a cast member. He simply stated that it was time to move on and explore other ventures. This left a gaping hole in the set, but at least he became one of the characters the show will forever remember. And should his health keep steady, there could perhaps be a possibility of him returning to the show at some point, even if just for a single episode. Maybe this is just some wishful thinking, but when it comes to Hollywood, nothing is set in stone and things could change on a dime. Number 10. Let's face it, Henry Cavill is best known for his portrayal as Clark Kent in Superman. His appearance on The Witcher ultimately supersedes every superhero movie he made. Known as Geralt of Rivia in The Witcher, Cavill has always been a huge fan of games and books, especially those superhero comics that turned him into a megastar. He brought physicality and dedication that turned Geralt into a character adored by fans.
Perhaps the Lords encountered rare subspecies of manticore.
Then, in 2022, he completely caught fans off guard when announcing that he was not going to return for Season 3. The announcement was met with widespread shock and dismay, even some outrage from the die-hard fans of the show. But the reason was quite interesting. According to official reports, Cavill made the decision because of his own demanding schedule and a desire to take on brand new projects. In fact, returning for Superman would have already made it hard for the star to continue playing his role in The Witcher. Yet it was later revealed that the real reason runs far deeper and comes from creative differences between him and the studio. According to reports, Cavill wanted to change the role of the character, which the production didn't agree with. And you can bet his massive salary also amped up the production costs significantly. Fortunately, he was replaced with another Hollywood megastar in Liam Hemsworth. This signaled a massive shift in the global fantasy hit, and it is quite interesting to see how all of this plays out. This is especially true given the fact that The Witcher is one of the biggest budget television series ever made. Number 11. When The Mandalorian first hit television screens, it immediately became a hit. The series builds on Star Wars and gives fans an even deeper look into the story of the bad guys. Yet one of the biggest stars was none other than Gina Carano, who played the role of Cara Dune in the hit series. As one of the toughest shock troopers, Cara Dune was pivotal in the story, and the actor truly brought the character to life. She was a crucial ally for Din Djarin, becoming a massive fan favorite, but her exit was met with mixed feelings. According to reports, the star was fired by Lucasfilm in 2021 after a series of controversial social media posts that were deemed offensive and unacceptable. Unlike some of the other stars, she didn't get a hero send-off, but her cut was swift and public, making massive headlines and sparking debate about social media conduct and accountability for public figures. It actually set off a wave that has roots in politics and led to the whole cancel culture debacle. But she still had a massive impact on the show, and her stellar performance cannot be denied. Number 12. Yellowstone erupted from out of nowhere, becoming the most popular television show in the United States at one point. Written by the master wordsmith Taylor Sheridan, the series has already turned into a cult classic, with numerous spin-offs already in the works. But none of the actors were as influential as Kevin Costner, who played the raunchy and often rugged John Dutton.
A friend of mine in Jackson Hole was talking about their rodeo. Bozeman doesn't have one. Why not?
That's because nobody here cares about rodeos.
Oh, you're wrong, John.
John Dutton wasn't just a character, but the patriarch of the Dutton Ranch. He was the heart and soul of the television series, often driving the stories and being the man who solidified the legacy of the Dutton family. Then everyone was shocked when the studio announced his departure, turning it into one of the most dramatic sagas in Hollywood. His departure dominated headlines for months, with no one truly knowing exactly why he moved on. It is reported that Costner had scheduling conflicts with his ambitious multi-part film project, Horizon. But more importantly, there were his disagreements with the producers on his filming availability. In fact, his exit was so impactful, it led to the ending of the flagship series. His character's fate and how the show will conclude without its central figure remain a huge question mark, making this an unprecedented high-stakes exit in modern TV history. But there might be some hope, with rumors swirling that perhaps John Dutton could be on the verge of returning. This is what fans want, and maybe Taylor Sheridan could drop his differences and bring the man who turned Yellowstone into a cult classic back for one more season. Number 13. If you've been a massive follower of the television series Cheers, you might have been shocked when Shelley Long, who portrayed the character of Diane Chambers, left the sitcom. Diane, the sophisticated, often pretentious waitress, was the perfect foil for Ted Danson's Sam Malone. Their will they, won't they dynamic was the heart of the show for its first 5 seasons. Long, however, yearned for a film career and felt creatively stifled. She left in 1987, a huge gamble for a show at its peak. While Cheers thrived with Kirstie Alley's Rebecca Howe, the dynamic between Sam and Diane remains legendary. Number 14.
Give me 20 minutes. Oh, no. I have a better idea. Wrap it up now.
10 minutes?
Now!
We got 5 minutes.
Perhaps the biggest divorce ever was the departure of Charlie Sheen from the hit sitcom 2.5 Men. His character, the infamous Charlie Harper, was a rich jingle writer living in his beachside mansion in Malibu. Along with his brother Alan, they took care of Alan's son Jake, but his raunchy life of partying, women, and alcohol truly made him a fan favorite. The only problem was that this wasn't merely a television character, and behind the scenes, Charlie actually lived the on-screen character. It got out of hand, with John Cryer, his co-star, sharing in his autobiography that Charlie was truly intoxicated or under the influence while filming. But when Chuck Lorre, the creator of the show, showed him the door, Charlie went on a media rant. "I'm tired of pretending that Chuck Lorre is not a clown. I fire his I've got a new show. I'm calling it 2.5 Men without the clown." The producers chose to end his contract, bringing in the beloved Ashton Kutcher. Yet he was still the highest paid actor at the time, earning a whopping $1.8 million per episode. But to cut him off, Chuck Lorre sent a message, and in the final episode of the show, they hired a lookalike, famously having his piano drop on his head. Perhaps if Charlie had a better mindset and focused on his acting, it might have been a completely different outcome. But what do you think of this dramatic exit? Number 15. Criminal Minds was one of the greatest psychological crime series ever created. One character, Agent Jason Gideon, famously portrayed by Mandy Patinkin, was one of the greatest stars on television. Patinkin, a beloved and decorated actor, simply did not show up for work at the beginning of Season 3 and demanded to be released from his contract immediately. This forced the show to explain his absence via a rushed, off-screen departure from the lead profiler. The shock was the way he left, abandoning his job and colleagues, followed by his later, very public statements where he called the hit procedural show destructive to my soul.
And I don't care whether I'm playing Hamlet or Gideon in Criminal Minds, I go about it the same way. And 16 hours a day, 9.5 months a year, was destroying my heart and soul. It was very, very destructive to me.
It was an unprecedented act of conscience for a major network star to walk away from a lucrative contract and then condemn the material as toxic. This is just crazy to think that such high-earning stars simply left due to some differences. Which one do you think is the worst? Let us know in the comments below. And if you've ever seen a crazy movie performance before, what do you think of Val Kilmer in Tombstone? Number 8.
Really?
Absolutely. I'm fine.
It's a Hollywood problem we have all become so used to. One moment, a character sits at the dinner table each week, and the next, they disappear.
Ooh, heart. In my space.
No media coverage, just simply disappear. And as a bonus, I'll share why Chuck Cunningham syndrome is a real thing. So, number 1. Friends is probably the most watched and beloved sitcom ever created. While Joey, Ross, and Rachel carried the series for decades, one key plot never truly finished. This is the story of Ben Geller. Ben was the firstborn of Ross's first marriage with Carol. Since his birth, he's been a recurring character, often just spicing up a few things and rattling the cage. But Ben was truly a major part of Ross's life, and even though he was only seen on special occasions, he was truly stuck in the back of everyone's minds. Yet when Emma was born a few seasons later, Ben suddenly disappeared. He wasn't the older brother everyone expected, and from season 8, he was barely even mentioned again, almost like Ross had simply forgotten about his son. This left everyone with plenty of questions. Did Ross just forget about his son? Or did Carol and Susan move away without telling anyone? It is one of the mysterious disappearances that have Friends fans scratching their heads, and we don't know why they wrote him out. So, why did he leave? According to the producers, it was just hard to work with the child actor. But the next one might sting a little for fans of political drama. Number 2. From sitcom families to the high-stakes world of DC, our next vanished star is Mandy Hampton from The West Wing, played by the fantastic Moira Kelly. She originally portrayed the character from season 1, being one of the sharpest, no-nonsense political consultants that the show had ever seen.
Are you crazy?
Mandy!
Have you lost your mind?
Why don't we go up to my office?
Why did you make that deal?
Mandy, I don't think you can leave your car right here.
Shut up! Why did you make that deal?
In fact, her work on the Bartlett campaign was something special before bringing the same fire into the White House as a media specialist. Unlike other cast members that vanish, Mandy was part of a major storyline, specifically the leaked memo angle.
Mandy wrote an opposition research memo for Russell, and somebody's got it.
Who?
CJ's finding out.
And her part in the communications team was nothing short of impressive. Fans took a liking to the star, with her cynical presence and observations that truly showed how women had a role in politics. This was emphasized by great chemistry with CJ Craig and Josh Lyman. Yet as season 2 began, Mandy Hampton was just gone. No explanation, no public announcements. She simply vanished in front of our eyes. What's even scarier is the fact that none of the other characters even seemed to realize she was gone, and her departure left many unanswered questions. Why? Well, that's up for debate, with the most common rumor suggesting the writers didn't know where to go with her character and simply cut her out. Perhaps the labyrinth of corridors in the White House got her a little lost, and she simply vanished into the Hollywood vortex. But what happens when a doctor simply disappears? Number 3. Switching gears to the hilariously chaotic Sacred Heart Hospital, one of the greatest short-lived characters who simply vanished is none other than Dr. Grace Miller from the hit comedy series Scrubs.
Oh, there's so much blood. I hope it doesn't get on my dress.
Many might know Bellamy Young better for her role as President Melly Grant from Scandal, but she quickly became a beloved star in Scrubs. In fact, she was a force to be reckoned with, being a surgeon and a tough mentor figure for Turk.
So, you guys my new residents?
I could tell what the guys were thinking.
Her sharp, demanding, and often intimidating appearance pushed Turk to become one of the greatest surgeons ever, and she embodied the strong character with flair and precision. Yet, she was mostly seen as a recurring character for the first few episodes. Then, as Turk developed into the character we all love, she simply vanished from the screen. In one episode, she was there, and the next, she was simply gone, never to be seen or mentioned on screen ever again. No one truly knows what happened. Perhaps she transferred to a different hospital, or took a bit of a sabbatical. According to the production team, Bellamy Young wasn't part of the core cast, and the write-off was just a natural way to write the character out. But before we get on to the next one, just a little warning, it might trigger some painful memories. Number 4. Orange is the New Black took television screens by storm when it first came out in 2013.
Pat downs are mandatory now.
But we are not talking about the main stars. Rather, one scrawny little prison guard at Litchfield Penitentiary, who notoriously had a relationship with inmate Daya Diaz. This is none other than John Bennett, who had a few very important storylines during the first few seasons, where he even had a kid with one of the inmates.
I love you. You know that.
Yet, his personal struggles with the moral and ethical part of their bond were clearly visible on screen. What made him truly spectacular was that he even stood up and accepted his responsibilities, willing to be a father, But then something stunning happened as Daya's mother became involved and applied some pressure.
You ever even held a baby? Changed the diaper? You want to make that kid live in a shithole with 5 other people?
Bennett simply got in his car and drove off, leaving Daya pregnant in prison. That was it. He was never seen again and didn't even send as much as a letter or a phone call to Daya. He became the stereotypical deadbeat dad, abandoning his girlfriend and his responsibilities. Fans would never be able to figure out why he was suddenly written off the screen. But the actor Matt McGorry did mention schedule clashes with his new series, How to Get Away with Murder. Ultimately, it felt like a gut punch with a fate that was never truly resolved. Number 5. If you are talking about disappearing acts,
that means it's time to buy a new one, okay?
Okay, this isn't about the milk, is it, Carrie? No, this is about me losing that set of house keys with your address on it.
few have been as instantaneous as that of Sarah Spooner from the early days of The King of Queens. Portrayed by the lovely Lisa Riefel, Sarah only had a few scenes in the first few episodes of the series, living with Doug and Carrie in their tiny house and sharing rooms with her father, Arthur. Her role was simple and almost similar to that of Penny in The Big Bang Theory, being a struggling actress always looking for a break, but mostly contributing to the chaos of the Heffernan household. Judging by her character, she was set up as part of the core living situation, being a great source of comedy for the crowd. But just a few episodes into season 1, she simply vanished off screen. No explanation was given, and the rest of the household functioned like she never even existed. It was so bad that at some point, it felt like Carrie was the only child. It was later revealed that the writers felt they couldn't develop her character, and that the household made more sense with just a single kid. Number 6. Judy Winslow is another truly beloved sitcom character, played by the adorable Jamie Foxworth.
This is junk mail. Hey, you're new in this profession. You've got to start at the bottom. I was born at the bottom.
The youngest of the Winslow clan, and Steve Urkel's occasional target for mishaps.
Hi, everybody.
I could have sworn I locked that door.
I took the liberty of making my own key.
Judy was what you'd call your typical sitcom sister. What made Judy special is how she slotted in with the family dynamic and continued driving the show forward.
Mom, I hate tarts.
We all do, honey.
But as the show progressed, something shifted, with Urkel becoming a lead, stealing the show with his inventions and catchphrases. Judy just slowly phased out, her screen time dwindled, and eventually, she wasn't even seen in the background anymore. Then season 4 rolled around, and she simply vanished. No one gave any explanation, leaving many fans of the hit show to wonder exactly what happened. Maybe she went to live with her aunt, or perhaps something happened, but we didn't get a single explanation for her disappearance. Fans even theorized it was the Urkel black hole, and that he became so big, he basically sucked some of the characters out of existence. But the real reason cited was creative differences between Jaleel White and budget cuts from the studio. It's a prime example of a show changing so much that a core family member just gets written out without a single farewell scene. But from the world of Family Matters to something a little more supernatural, the next one came as an absolute shock. Number 7. Fans of the hit television series Angel will remember the lovely Kate Lockley.
Kate. Kate. Can you move?
Played by Elizabeth Rome. She was introduced in the pilot episode as a serious, dedicated LAPD detective.
So do I. LAPD, you have the right to
I waive it.
Who kept crossing paths with Angel, the vampire with a soul. Eventually, she became a recurring character, slowly transforming into an ally and eventually a friend. In fact, you can argue she was the human anchor in Angel's supernatural world, reminding him of justice. But despite her complex relationship with the lead star, she eventually became a beloved character until she entered a very dark place, being exposed to the demonic world.
Daddy, what are you doing down here?
In the neighborhood.
You've been sitting in your apartment listening to that police scanner again, haven't you?
Nothing on cable anyway.
At least when she became disillusioned and almost took her own life, she had a revelation and decided to pursue the right thing. But as dramatic as the episode was, she simply vanished without a trace and was never to be seen ever again. So, what did she become? Perhaps a nun? Or a private investigator? The mystery remains unsolved to this day. As for the real reason, actress Elizabeth Rome became a regular cast member on Law & Order, leading to numerous conflicts in her schedule. Number 8. The Office was perhaps one of the most mundane, yet hilarious television shows ever created. One of the stars, Kathy Sims, played by Lindsay Broad, undoubtedly played a massive part when she came in as a replacement for Pam on maternity leave. She seemed like a great character, integrating into the Office culture, and even went to Florida with Jim and Dwight for the Saber Store project. Things became a little raunchy in Florida when she made a move on Jim in his hotel room. But this wasn't just your typical storyline. It was actually a big deal that caused a lot of tension and proved how loyal Jim was to Pam.
I'm so cold.
It even put Kathy in the spotlight, creating an entire arc. But once the Florida project wrapped up and everyone returned to Scranton, Kathy was just gone. In fact, she wasn't even mentioned ever again, as if she was just some kind of side chick on the Florida trip no one talks about. Perhaps she chose to stay in Florida, or she might have been fired, but all we know is that her disappearance was quite abrupt. The reality is far different, with Lindsay Broad just being hired as a temp, and her arc was always scripted to end after the trip. But the next one is so bizarre, it was a logistical nightmare. Number 9. I'm pretty sure everyone remembers Tori Scott on the hit series Saved by the Bell. While the original Bayside High gang was Zach, Kelly, Slater, Lisa, Screech, and Jesse, the final season was somewhat fascinating. Kelly and Jesse were nowhere to be found, and, in their place, the new Tori was brought in.
Should I be impressed?
Well, most people are.
I'm not.
Tori was the tough girl, riding a motorcycle, wearing leather jackets, and formed one of the most unique dynamics with the rest of the gang that anyone had expected. It became pretty clear that she was cast to fill the void left by the absence of the other two core characters, as she found herself in many storylines, while even attending dances and navigating the complex high school drama. But just as soon as she appeared, she simply vanished from the screen. What was even more confusing was that she would be there in one episode, and the next, the two core characters would be back, almost as if the production tried to add a few more episodes when filming ended. In the end, she didn't even appear at the graduation, with the original gang once again back together for the final episode. Maybe the producers thought that no one would notice, or the ratings got so low they didn't really care to keep carrying a good story. It was later revealed that the production team felt the story was forced and didn't like it, so they just cut her out. Number 10. Our next vanishing act takes us to the Upper East Side with none other than Scott Rawson, a forgotten Gossip Girl family member.
Well, you were right. Your family wants me exactly where I used to be. Except they actually gave me the wheels to get there this time.
Rawson had quite a fascinating introduction, being the love child of Lily and Rufus, who was given up for adoption, but later arrived in New York in season 3. He was subtly trying to get to know his parents, bonding with both Lily and Rufus, while becoming friends with Jenny and Dan.
Your love child. Yeah, not dead. Congratulations, it's a boy.
This was a truly emotional storyline involving family, secrets, and reconnection. Finally, Scott became part of the family dynamic, being not only accepted by the cast, but also the fans of the show. And it seemed like he was going to be a permanent fixture in the New York-based television show. Yet after establishing himself through heartfelt reunions, he suddenly announced he was going back to Boston, but promised to return and visit. But guess what? He never did. Scott simply disappeared from our TV screen, making it feel like he had fulfilled his destiny of finding his real parents. For a show built on family drama, it was rather interesting to see that they simply cut off a main character. Perhaps the studio felt his character arc ran its course, but they could have had him say goodbye. Number 11. Community might not be the #1 television series on anyone's list anymore, but back in the early 2010s, it was a classic. Now, you might know Jonathan Banks better for his appearances in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, but at some point, he played Buzz Hickey in Community. He joined the cast in season 5 as a criminology professor and former police officer, but it was his personality, packed with sarcasm, that made him truly become part of the group and a reluctant father figure. He was literally a source of one-liners and got involved in a few zany schemes like the D&D and lava games.
Hey kids, I'm criminology professor Buzz Hickey, and this is just a little something I threw together.
For the 5th season, he quickly became a main cast member, with his signature dry wit and world-weary opinions. But when Community got picked up for the 6th season, Buzz Hickey simply vanished. Fortunately, his absence was acknowledged by many of the other characters, but no explanation for his permanent departure was given, leading many to believe that he might have retired. For a character who had become so integral to the group's dynamic, his unceremonious and unexplained vanishing left a Hickey-shaped hole in the hearts of many fans. It was later revealed that actor Jonathan Banks moved on to a different role in the show Better Call Saul. Number 12. If you ever grew up watching the iconic Boy Meets World television series, you are probably aware of Mr. Jonathan Turner. Played by Anthony Tyler Quinn, Mr. Turner wasn't just a teacher, but a cool motorcycle riding character that served as a father figure to Sean Hunter.
Where are you gonna run now?
What do you care?
I was beginning to think I didn't care about anything.
The character became a vital part of the lives of Corey, Sean, and Topanga, where he'd offer advice, guidance, and even a haven.
We made it.
I admire your dedication, especially since the deadline is 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, we'll wait then.
This made him a central character to whom everyone eventually returned and even became an emotional anchor. But as season 4 rolled around, tragedy struck, with Mr. Turner being involved in a severe motorcycle accident.
God. I don't want to be empty inside anymore.
At the end of the episode, his fate was left ambiguous, but we did learn that he survived the ordeal later. Unfortunately, the character never returned to the screen. He wasn't back at school, nor was he even visiting Sean. The show simply moved on, with Sean's living situation changing once again. No one even knew where Mr. Turner went, or if he simply moved away after recovering. It took decades of waiting for fans to see the star once again, when he was brought back for the spin-off, Girl Meets World. He became a superintendent, which was unexpected given his complete and mysterious disappearance from the original show. He later revealed that contract disputes led to his departure. Number 13. When you talk about a character that carries the same name as a series, it becomes incredibly tricky. Much Shit wasn't just the son of Roland and Jocelyn, but a recurring character during the first 2 seasons that fans truly adored. Played by Tim Rosen, he was rugged, quiet, and surprisingly attractive, even having a major storyline with Alexis Rose.
So we're planning this surprise party for my mom. That's totally not gonna work, and I'm supposed to ask you if we can borrow your barn. But if you can't take the night off from betting women, I totally...
The relationship even became a real turning point for both characters, turning them into main stars on the show. But after season 2, something happened, and by the time the 3rd season rolled around, he was gone. In fact, he didn't feature in season 3 at all before they brought him back for a final appearance in season 4. Only then was it announced that he was moving away to harvest pine cones. But in a single moment, Mutt was just gone and never seen again, never even mentioned again. What do you think? His role as Doc Holliday in the show Winona Earp perhaps might have caused scheduling conflicts with Schitt's Creek. Now, the next one is a little different and a massive star power loss. Number 14. Meghan Markle is perhaps one of the most controversial stars of any television show. She had numerous roles, but being tied to the British monarch, she was an actress, playing the lovely special agent Amy Jessup in the sci-fi show Fringe. She was introduced in the 2nd season premiere as a sharp, ambitious agent investigating a mysterious event. She quickly became involved with the main team, showing her intelligence and drive.
Mr. Bishop?
Yeah.
Agent Jessup, hi.
Hi, this is my father, Walter.
Yes, I have a couple questions for you.
How bad is she?
We don't know.
Excuse me?
But she was only a significant presence for 2 episodes, working alongside Peter and Olivia, even hitting at a recurring role. She was truly competent, engaged, and focused on figuring out the bizarre world of Fringe. Once these 2 episodes wrapped up, she just vanished, with many wondering whether she got transferred or simply moved on. The FBI Fringe division even cut her from existence without a single explanation. But we have the absolute craziest disappearance for last. Number 15. Chuck Cunningham created the first disappearing act of not. It was even coined Cunningham Syndrome at some point. Happy Days wasn't always Richie, Joni, and the Fonz. In fact, the very beginning featured an older brother, Chuck, who was played by various actors, with Gavin O'Herlihy probably being the main guy. He was the basketball star of the family, occasionally drifting through the Cunningham household. His first introduction came during the pilot, mostly doing brotherly things like talking about basketball, colleges, and even his brother's rock and roll dreams. But one day, Chuck went upstairs, with the camera following him up those iconic stairs. That was it. He never came back down, and no one knew what happened to him. Even more worrisome is that his parents, Howard and Marion, didn't talk about him, and the show went on as if they only had 2 children. It left fans wondering if he got into college, or perhaps moved into a different dimension upstairs. But the writers simply felt that the character didn't add anything to the family dynamics, and chose to write him off. It is still the ultimate vanishing act, but at least actor Gavin O'Herlihy openly admitted he wanted to pursue a career in movies. But which actors do you think disappeared without a trace and keep you awake at night? Let me know in the comments below. Number 9. The Fifth Element wasn't a typical sci-fi flick. It had flying taxicabs, special forces, and a 400-page script. And as a bonus, I'll share what exactly happened to Luc Besson's wife. Number 1. When Luc Besson first pitched the idea of The Fifth Element, his first choice for the role of Ruby Road was completely different. He had the rock star and singer Prince in mind for the role, but the singer declined. Besson stated that Prince couldn't fit filming into his touring schedule, yet there was something far more that kept the rock star from joining the cast. With Jean-Paul Gaultier designing the costumes, it was presented to Prince, but the singer called the costumes too effeminate. Gaultier, infuriated by the comments, even told Prince, "Fuck you." Gaultier later said Prince mistook his accent for cursing. So, Besson turned to comedy actor Chris Tucker, and the rest is history. But even this is not as wild as having 2 main actors never appearing on screen together. Number 2. Despite Bruce Willis being the hero and Gary Oldman the villain, the 2 actors never met on screen. Corbin Dallas and Zorg never shared a single scene, while still creating one of the most unique cinematic rivalries ever seen. This was intentionally planned by director Luc Besson, using cinematic effects, with misdirection and near misses that kept on building tension for the audience. In fact, it was later revealed that by the time Oldman started filming his role as Zorg, Bruce Willis had already wrapped up his part of the film. This was one of the masterpieces that made Luc Besson a genius. But not just any genius, one that created his own language. Number 3.
Lei minchi dunde no mane ideo che non lo tu nativo yaknan luminale che tariva la mina chai e patte se bat.
Known as the Divine Language, Luc Besson wanted something that felt authentic and new for Lilu. By the time she was resurrected, she was speaking the language fluently. Yet getting there wasn't easy. Despite Mila Jovovich already being fluent in 4 different languages, both she and Besson spent hours rehearsing and learning the new language. The 2 even spoke and wrote letters to each other using it, which is why it seems so natural on camera. At least it didn't take as long as writing the script for the movie. Number 4. Before entering the world of lights and cameras, Luc Besson was a young teenager with a dream of becoming a writer. He never envisioned The Fifth Element to be a film, first believing that it should have been a novel. The teenager began writing the script at the age of 16, spending about a decade to perfect it and get the characters on point. It was left dormant for the better part of 2 decades before finally being revived to create the movie. But turning this long novel into a script failed severely. Number 5. When Besson finished his novel as a teenager, the script was roughly 400 pages long. No one would take on such a massive undertaking, believing that each page of script was equal to 1 minute on screen. This would have meant a running time of nearly 6.5 hours if the full script was used. Besson also wrote another 180-page script, which he wanted to use for a sequel, but even this eventually failed. By the time the film was released, large chunks had been cut, and it was reduced to a running time of just 126 minutes. At least some of the original collaborators returned for the 1997 production. Number 6. When the first attempt at making The Fifth Element failed in 1991, Besson had already worked with French comic book artists Jean-Claude Mézières and Jean Giraud. When the first attempt failed, he kept in contact with the 2 after liking their work. Then, when the second attempt came along, Besson immediately called up his old friends. To continue along with the trend of people with the name Jean being collaborators, he reached out to polarizing French fashion designer Jean-Paul Gaultier for the costumes. Now, despite Prince declining the role, the rest of the cast were thrilled. Number 7. Let's face it, the first few Bruce Willis films were flops. The Bonfire of the Vanities, 1990, and Hudson Hawk, 1991, were both utter failures. and demand for Willis was at an all-time low. Meanwhile, Mel Gibson had just come off the all-time classic film Braveheart, and Bess had wanted Gibson to play the role of Corbin Dallas. Unfortunately, he declined, leaving the production without a hero. So, Besson turned to Willis, who initially declined the role, calling it too risky due to the nature of the film. Yet, he'd later run into Willis a second time, and when Bruce read the script, he loved it. Can you imagine Mel Gibson playing Corbin Dallas? Number 8. Following the first failure of The Fifth Element, Luc Besson moved on to another movie. He directed the 1994 classic Leon the Professional. Meanwhile, he was still obsessed with The Fifth Element, continuing to refine its script, which also trimmed down some of the budget. Thanks to the success of Leon, Columbia finally agreed to fund the next version of The Fifth Element. But it took a lot of convincing, and even then, the director and the studio still couldn't agree on the setting and location for the filming to take place. Number 9. Being a Frenchman, Luc Besson desperately wanted it to be filmed in his home country. Unfortunately, the production studio wanted desirable facilities, and most of the cast happened to be English. After weeks of searching for a way to get it done in France, Besson finally gave up. He and the studio agreed that London would be the best setting for the movie. Yet, some of the scenes played out in Egypt. Besson initially wanted to film in Egypt, but when he saw the landscapes of Mauritania, he immediately changed it, with all the African scenes being filmed in the country. But unlike most sci-fi movies, this one was filmed in the daylight. Number 10. Whether Besson had been watching the Aliens films or something similar, one notable difference is that the scenes never feel dark or eerie. When filming began, one important rule was that everything had to feel happy and cheerful, not dark and scary like other science fiction films of the time. So, Besson opted for filming mostly in the daylight, while using the wacky and bright colors in the costumes.
What is divine light? As is light! Much better, thank you, Alice.
It worked, and completely redefined the way people looked at the sci-fi niche. The only problem was that being so perfect meant that it would be a little expensive. Number 11. Back in 1997, most top movies had a budget of less than $50 million. However, The Fifth Element would change all of this, with a budget of more than $90 million. A large part of this can be attributed to the costumes designed by Jean-Paul Gaultier, who at one point designed a jacket that was more than $5,000. He'd go on to design more than 900 costumes, paying specific attention to how they were worn by the cast. Yet, all this effort paid massive dividends, raking in more than $237 million at the box office, more than 75% of which came from outside the United States. So, despite all the setbacks, it was all worth it in the end. Number 12. There's something about the diva dance that just draws you in and makes it feel like an opera singer from the future. But getting there was a massive frustration. Soprano opera singer Inva Mula was dubbed to sing the song, but upon rehearsing, she found one problem that had to be pointed out to composer Eric Serra. She mentioned that it was impossible to sing as it was written, suggesting that the changes of notes were too fast. To compensate for this, she would sing one note at a time, and it was later digitally put together to get the sound you see in the movie. Number 13. While most of the filming took place in the United Kingdom, the scenes depicting New York were never filmed in the city. With an already lofty budget, moving back and forth over the Atlantic would have been too expensive. So, a crew of 80 people spent more than 5 months constructing a 1/24th scale model of the Big Apple. Then, even in 1997, CGI was available, and the production crew would use it as a way of bringing in people, flying cars, and even a few memorable buildings. In fact, the scale model could have easily passed for the real deal. Number 14. The scantily clad heroine Lilu is one of the main stars of the film. To many, she might even be more important than Corbin Dallas. Yet, finding the right actress for the role nearly proved impossible. In fact, more than 8,000 actresses auditioned for the role, with Besson personally seeing the auditions of almost 300. When Mila Jovovich did her audition, the director immediately fell in love with it, and immediately chose her to be his lead heroine. But their affection eventually ended the marriage of the director. Number 15. When one of the main actresses left the production, Besson cast his wife, Maiwin Lebesco, as the alien Diva Plava Laguna. She'd be an actual star in the film, and with the voice of a real opera singer, it proved a massive success. Yet, midway through the shoot, the close connection between Besson and Jovovich became apparent, and he'd leave his wife to take up with Jovovich. The two would marry the same year the film was released, yet they'd divorce soon after filming The Messenger, the story of Joan of Arc, together. It was quite the ride for The Fifth Element to make it onto the big screen, with tons of unique editing and even fancy gadgets. Yet, none of them would inspire intelligence agencies around the world as much as MacGyver. Number 10. The Ten Commandments wasn't just an iconic remake. It became a Hollywood giant. But behind the parting seas and golden calves lurked some truly bizarre production tales, casting choices, and cultural quirks. And as a bonus, I'll reveal how the director almost lost his life during filming. So, number 1. The Ten Commandments wasn't just another Hollywood production. Prior to its release, it held the title of the costliest movie ever produced. It cost the studio a whopping $13 million, and best of all, this was in 1956. Adjusted for inflation, it would have cost $140 million to recreate today. Even with Paramount being a giant in Hollywood, this film is still considered to be its most expensive investment ever. Yet, it wasn't for nothing, recreating some of the most epic biblical moments ever seen on television. Even the set was handcrafted to perfectly resemble Egyptian architecture, while the constant moving between Hollywood and Egypt certainly helped to inflate the costs. Then it all paid off, becoming a blockbuster long before the term ever existed. But you wouldn't guess the massive return on investment the studio got. Number 2. All of this spending might seem ridiculous, but when the film was released, its reception was positive from all walks of life. In the United States, it banked more than $65 million in domestic ticket sales, which was already a crazy figure back then. When adjusted for modern inflation, it meant that it would have made more than $700 million today. Thanks to all the work and the special effects, the film sealed the legacy of director Cecil B. DeMille, turning him into one of the greatest directors in Hollywood history. Perhaps the fact that it was released so close to Easter helped boost the sales. But can you guess how old the director was? Number 3. Cecil B. DeMille wasn't just your typical director. He was a towering figure in Hollywood, and one of the biggest names to ever work on the silver screen. 75 years old at the time, he took on one of the biggest and most ambitious projects of his entire career, already having created the first version of the same film as early as 1923. But this time, he wanted to go bigger, more dramatic, and use some of the latest technology to really drive home a production that would stand the test of time. It sounded like a myth or a dream, but DeMille was going to turn it into something spectacular, even spending hours himself in the hot Egyptian sun, using his microphone to direct extras, and making sure that each scene was simply perfect. This wasn't directing a movie anymore, but rather like commanding a cinematic army that brought real biblical stories to life and showed the world what the limits of technology were like in the 1950s. Yet, it wasn't a simple production that just took a few days to produce. Number 4. To create a film on such a massive scale takes time, and when you have a director who is clear on what he wants, it can take even longer. But filming in both Hollywood and Egypt meant a lot of travel, turning this from a quick production into a marathon. The film took a whopping 2 years to complete from start to finish, with the principal photography already starting in October of 1954 and stretching all the way into 1955. But then it was time for the post-production and editing, which took another year, continuing throughout 1956. Thanks to some incredible detail and having each set built by hand, it was a logistical operation akin to what you'd expect from the military. What dragged it out even more was the fact that much of the equipment had to be custom built, with thousands of props and wardrobes to be flown out. In fact, the single scene depicting the parting of the Red Sea took months just to plan, before another month was needed to nail the acting and ensure that everything happened exactly the way DeMille intended it to happen. But even then, he was fuzzy, and some scenes had to be redone, with DeMille claiming that it wasn't as perfect as he wanted. The crew had to get new makeup, dress up again, and then it was shot again and again until it was as perfect as he initially intended. So, how did they manage to split the sea when there was no CGI available? The answer is really bizarre. Number 5. Unfortunately, splitting the Red Sea isn't really possible unless you have God actively working alongside you. But this didn't deter DeMille, who believed that his idea would make it seem as realistic as it sounded in the Bible. DeMille went for a combination of Jell-O and water, which was added to giant tanks using the gelatin to thicken the substance to make it much easier to move around. The crew began by filming 2 walls of the liquid on either side, as it was being released from the U-shaped tanks. The liquid slowly moved from the tank into a ditch that was dug, eventually filling it completely. But the real magic happened post-production and during the editing, when they reversed the footage to make it appear as if it was splitting open and standing still. The part where Moses actually raises his staff was later added to create the real scene depicted in the Bible. Even more impressive was how they used fans to show the winds they talked about. In its entirety, it took a massive 6 months to film this scene, with no computer graphics, just some real ingenuity. Number 6. One of the most epic parts of the entire film was when God spoke to Moses. But this was another tricky situation, with the director unsure of whose voice he should use to make it feel authentic. In true biblical fashion, he realized that perhaps the voice of God sounds more like an inner voice coming through, instead of some foreign voice coming from the outside. So, if you listen closely, the voice of God sounds eerily familiar to one of the voices you have already heard throughout the rest of the film. It still sounds powerful and commanding, but the actor who played Moses, Charlton Heston, is actually the voice of God as well. Director Cecil B. DeMille wanted it to sound like an inner echo, with Moses hearing a divine version of himself. So, Heston recorded his voice earlier, and when the burning bush scene happened, the production team simply layered it over the filming. But this wasn't the only time God speaks. And when he delivers the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai, it was another voice that was used, specifically to create the dual layer of mystery to the divine. This time, it was actually publicist Jesse Delos Jukes who spoke as God, using the deep bass in his voice to create this divine moment. Number 7. One of the criteria required for the actor who portrayed Moses was that he actually looked like a chiseled Greek god. DeMille wanted someone who looked like he could fight, almost resembling the look of a gladiator who would one day become a king. Then Charlton Heston came along, and he blew DeMille away with his Michelangelo look, commanding presence, and powerful voice. If you look closely at his appearance in the film, he looks very similar to the Michelangelo statue of Moses. The only demand was that Heston grow out his beard in a similar fashion to that of Moses, with audiences immediately accepting him as an authentic, strong, and capable leader of the Israelites. But this role had even more consequences for Hollywood, setting the new standard of how a hero should look, and perhaps the reason why many top heroes like Rocky, Rambo, and Conan were always in incredible shape, looking like they could do the impossible. Yet, Baby Moses was one of the most heartfelt additions to the entire production. Number 8. In one of the greatest opening scenes ever depicted in Hollywood, the whole story of Baby Moses is on display. Viewers could see him drifting in the Nile with his basket. But instead of hiring a new actor, or even using a dummy to be the baby, DeMille wanted authenticity. He wanted the baby to move and feel like a real person born for a divine journey. So, instead of hiring a new cast member, DeMille chose to use Heston's own infant. Fraser Clark Heston didn't just set the stage for the rest of the film that was to come, but he resembled an adult Moses to a T. What's even more fascinating is how the baby handled the iconic scene, drifting in the water and surrounded by crocodiles. At least he was safely restrained, and no crocodile could have come close to even hurting the young kid. When Fraser finally grew up, he actually followed in the footsteps of his father to traverse Hollywood. Yet he wasn't an actor, but rather turned out to be a director. At least he has this acting credit to his name. Number 9. Back in the 1950s, a massive production like this screamed for stereophonic photography and special effects that would have added another layer of drama and captured every single moment for what it was worth. Had stereo been added to the film, it would have likely even been up to modern standards, still doing incredible numbers in the 21st century. Yet DeMille was stubborn and specifically wanted it to be filmed in mono. Despite everyone telling him to change the production and choose stereo instead, DeMille argued. He believed that filming it in mono gave it a purer feeling that ultimately felt more like something that could have come from the Bible. Number 10. Since Moses, or Charlton Heston, had such an impressive physique, It was only fitting that his biggest nemesis, Ramesses, also looked the part and could significantly contribute to the final production. Yet, this wasn't always easy, as the Russian-born star didn't have the same genetics. To pull off the look, he hit the weights hard, spending days in the gym to finally reach that incredible physique worthy of the King of Egypt. His look was iconic, and one that is often used today when talking about King Ramesses, or for his depictions in stories. But the actor, Yul Brynner, didn't just look great. He also became the first ever Russian-US movie star, long before some of the more common names were even born. It could be said that he opened the door for more stars from foreign countries to apply their trade in the United States. Number 11. Having thousands of actors and animals present for the production wasn't easy, and when they all traveled to Egypt, everyone needed some accommodation. This became one of the most overlooked parts of the production. But to accommodate everyone, the crew built an entire city in the middle of the desert, complete with drivable roads, massive statues, and buildings that almost made it feel like a city from the Bible. It took more than 1,000 crew members to pull off this massive feat to sustain even more extras and cast members for a few months at a time. It literally turned into a small city, with self-sustaining features like kitchens, medical facilities, and workshops where many of the props were designed. But once the production was finished, DeMille ordered that everything be dismantled and buried in the dunes. Now, more than 60 years later, it is still just sitting there, with people calling it the lost city of Cecil DeMille. Number 12. A lot of rumors were going around that the entire production was haunted, and that perhaps evil spirits might not have wanted it to proceed. In fact, many claimed that a real-life ghost was spotted on set. When filming the Mount Sinai scene, it is alleged that many of the crew spotted a figure in white robes, just motionlessly standing there at a distance. What's even more horrifying is that when they thought it was an extra who was waiting for directions, someone sent another cast member out there to check on the poor fella. Yet, when they got there, he simply vanished. Perhaps it was some kind of spiritual manifestation, which would have been fitting given the real tone of the film and the overall theme it followed. With so many different beliefs, the rumors persisted, and the cast continued telling their tale for decades to come. Apparently, it was even named the Watcher of the Dunes. But why was Egyptian makeup so controversial? Number 13. One of the biggest controversies of the film was the makeup used by actress Ann Baxter for her role as Nefertiti. To create the makeup, the crew focused on murals and depictions on the walls of caves, which often portrayed the influential women wearing what looked like elaborate makeup. To make this look realistic, they added bold eyeliner with shimmering eyeshadow, while the vibrant lipstick looked extremely intense on her face. It created exactly the figure DeMille wanted, inspired primarily by real Egyptian art. She was supposed to represent the opulence of the pharaoh's court. It worked, turning Baxter into a sensational princess. But critics were split, with many calling it too modern, and others saying that it undermined the real spiritual tone of the film. Nevertheless, the look continued to encourage fashion choices in Hollywood, even becoming iconic. Number 14. To promote the film all over the United States, DeMille came up with an idea so cunning that it might still even work today. To ensure that everyone across the country knew about it, he instructed Paramount to create 150 granite tablets with the 10 Commandments all written on them. These tablets were not just handed out, they were placed as full-size permanent monuments across the United States. Each one was about 6 feet tall and probably cost thousands of dollars. Then, a campaign by the Fraternal Order of Eagles also hopped on the bandwagon to promote the film, almost like a religious event. Many of them remain as a reminder of how much effort went into creating one of the most elaborate and historically accurate movies ever made. But how did they even create the burning bush? Number 15. There is no doubt that when you think of the 10 Commandments, the burning bush is one of the most important and iconic scenes. Yet getting there was crazy, and unlike the 21st century, they simply couldn't rely on CGI. So, DeMille came up with a crazy plan. They actually filmed real flames, and then, using some great editing, it was superimposed on top of a prop bush. This made it burn without consuming the bush, to ensure that the scene could play out. Some rumors suggest that they did try this with a real bush, but the fire was hard to contain, especially when filming with the Egyptian heat already burning the cast. But DeMille didn't just stop there. He took it one step further by using colored lights to cast an eerie glow across Moses and the surrounding landscape. Since DeMille never publicly revealed how they pulled it off, it was shrouded in mystery for decades. Many viewers actually believed that the film was divine and that some kind of real biblical moment assisted in creating the masterpiece. Number 16. Another truly heartwarming scene was when the Israelites finally fled from Egypt, taking along with them the animals and all their belongings. However, DeMille didn't want to use props, nor did he want special effects. He wanted to use real animals, and this made for some hilarious chaos. Sheep actually got loose and ran onto sets that were filming unrelated scenes, while the crew often tripped when trying to move around the animals. It is said that at one point, a mule simply laid down, refusing to budge, and this delayed the entire production. The crew said that it was absolute chaos on the set, and it took them days to finally master. But they finally pulled it off, creating something truly iconic that felt like it was helped by the animals. You can see this when rewatching a film today, and it is also something that will probably never be done again. Funnily enough, 14,000 men and women were used in the cast, but a whopping 15,000 animals played their part to create this masterpiece. Number 17. One of the craziest stories ever told from the filming of this classic is how the director nearly lost his life during the filming process. While directing the massive scene on top of Mount Sinai, DeMille climbed 130 feet atop a faulty camera rig on the massive Exodus Gate set when he suddenly suffered from a heart attack. Many believe that it would be the tragic moment that stopped the production, but the real stubbornness of DeMille once again came to the forefront. By pure force of will, he returned to the set just 2 days later to continue filming and bossing everyone around. No one would ever forget this iconic moment, with it turning into a mythical story that surely solidified him as one of the greatest and most unbreakable directors Hollywood had ever seen. But another animal almost cracked the production. Number 18. So, intent on using real animals and having the whole film be authentic, DeMille even suggested using a real cobra for the cobra scene. In a biblically accurate scene, Moses had his staff turn into a cobra when he was confronted by the Pharaoh. With the help of a snake wrangler, DeMille insisted on using a real cobra for the scene, and the idea was to capture footage of it slithering and striking, which later would be superimposed onto the actual scene. But it almost turned into a real disaster when the cobra escaped the clutches of its wrangler and caused some panic on set, while the snake wrangler tried to find his snake. So he conceded, and a fake rubber snake was brought in for the production. In the final production, the real snake could be seen, blended with the fake snake. Number 19. While much of the filming was actually safe, there were a few moments that led to some actual on-set injuries, particularly the chariot scenes, which saw the crew use real horses that pulled chariots through tight corners and at blistering speeds. It was truly iconic and made everything feel like it was real life. But getting these scenes was crazily dangerous. While none of the main actors were used, many of the stuntmen found themselves missing serious injury simply by how accurately a horse treaded its steps. One stuntman reportedly broke several ribs during the production, which made it even more horrific. But at least it was one of the greatest moments, and it will never happen in another film ever again. With modern safety protocols, you can be sure that every single modern scene will be filmed using CGI. Number 20. One of the most biblically accurate moments of the entire film was the plagues that struck Egypt as a warning from God to the Pharaoh. The most impressive of them all was the 10th plague, known as the death of all firstborn sons, with the angel coming to collect on everyone who didn't have a mark above their home. To make this feel authentic, fog was used with layered matte paintings, essentially building a ghostly scene from nothing. Yet portraying the actual angel of death was crazy, and to pull it off, DeMille used a real human skull. Unfortunately, no one knows who the skull came from, and this was never revealed. But it certainly grounded the real horror of the supernatural in a scene that truly struck fear into the hearts of not only the crew, but audiences all around the world. Number 21. For those watching at home, the film might have felt like an authentic depiction of what really happened during these biblical times. Yet, the director took a few creative liberties of his own. Some of the plot lines were not actually accurate to that of the Bible, especially the love triangle that was formed between Ramses, Moses, and Nefertiti. In fact, many of the scenes were made up just to enhance the tension and drive forward the story, while allowing the development of the characters. Yet it was still one of the most accurately depicted films ever created. Number 22. Before there was this version of the Ten Commandments, director Cecil B. DeMille actually created a first version in 1923. But this didn't have the budget, nor did it have the capacity to become something incredible. Even though he took the same approach, it was filmed in the dunes of California. Many of the artifacts in the set were actually uncovered by archaeologists who dug it up in 2014. But this wasn't just a film fit for a king. It was one that transcended time and is still relevant 60 years later. It didn't require any follow-ups, even though it might be nice to see what DeMille would have come up with today. It was just as iconic as a 1993 film called Tombstone, which had some incredible, even concerning character choices of its own. Number 11.
Follow me, please.
Young Frankenstein wasn't merely a comedy, it was a revival. A comedic masterpiece that parodied classic horror films, changed screwball comedy, and packaged it all in black and white. Yet, it faced constant challenges. The title barely survived, the studio despised the format, and one scene nearly got it rated R. And hidden behind the madness, a recognition by the Library of Congress. But for what exactly? So, number 1. The one scene that saved the screening almost got cut.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits?
Mel Brooks was convinced that putting on the Ritz was a little too jarring. It felt too Broadway. But he wasn't about to let it go. Brooks argued with Gene Wilder, pleading and begging him to remove it. Yet, Wilder held his cool, believing in the moment. So, they filmed it, and after Brooks watched it for the first time, he was blown away, changing his mind, and even saying that it might just be the best scene in the movie, and eventually becoming comedic history. Fortunately, because the film itself almost didn't make it to a screening. Number 2. Filming something in black and white simply didn't work for the studio. But Mel Brooks insisted. He didn't just want to copy old Universal monster films. He wanted something unique. And black and white was going to give him this, he'd argue. The studio didn't want any of it, arguing, even sliding into a state of panic and telling Brooks that no one in the 1970s was willing to pay top dollar to see a black and white movie. More money was offered, and even bigger production was planned. The studio even went as far as showing him colorized previews. Brooks refused. He threatened to walk. So, the studio backed down under the single condition that it wasn't advertised in black and white. Finally, Brooks agreed, filming exactly how he envisioned it. And as it turned out, it was a masterpiece of gothic beauty and a timeless production that still resonates to this day. Well, aside from 1 or 2 lines that opened a whole other can of worms. Number 3. Yes, despite the control freak nature of Mel Brooks and the incredibly tight set he ran, he simply couldn't keep Marty Feldman and Gene Wilder under control. The two often whispered together, changing gags, tweaking a few lines, and even disrupting the timing. And when Brooks yelled, "Stick to the script," the two nodded and just changed it again. But when Feldman took it a little too far by even changing his entrance with a different accent, Brooks was livid. Until he got to watch the playback.
Dr. Frankenstein.
The result? A masterpiece that felt not just like comedy, but a surreal experience that came to life. Finally, Feldman and Wilder earned a little more space for creativity. Speaking of the hump, did anyone notice how it changed? Number 4. In the first scene, Igor's hump is located on the right side, but later it's on the left, and at one point it was completely gone, only to reappear later. Sounds confusing and like a little inconsistency, right? Well, no. This was Marty Feldman's inside joke. Without telling anyone in the crew, he shifted the hump every couple of seconds. And when Brooks finally noticed, he just broke out in complete laughter, telling the editors to keep it as it is. The gag later became a gem without any explanation.
I don't mean to embarrass you, but I'm a rather brilliant surgeon. Perhaps I could help you with that hump.
What hump?
Number 5. When the lab scenes came around, the filming crew had one big problem: the gear. Brooks didn't just want a parody, he wanted it to feel real, almost like stepping into an authentic 1930s horror film. But how could they make it authentic? Brooks had an idea. He tracked down Kenneth Strickfaden, the man responsible for building the original lab equipment for the 1931 classic Frankenstein. Strick Faden had it all: the arcs, switchboards, even the Tesla coils lying in a garage and completely covered in dust. With a little convincing, everything got shipped to the young Frankenstein set, fitting the film like a glove, creating a true revival of the original film. With just a little extra humor from Cloris Leachman. Number 6. When Brooks met Cloris Leachman, he admired the cold, measured, witty, and somewhat blunt energy. Then she got the part and brought something different. It wasn't over the top, nor was it what Brooks had come to love. It was something else, stranger, quieter. But when she gave the character an unplaceable European accent, more Transylvania, it became dangerous. When she spoke, the crew cracked up. Gene Wilder was baffled, and Terry Garr even had to turn away. It made filming incredibly hard. So they made a choice, something never before seen in comedy. Instead of toning it down, they rolled with it, cutting out the laughter and creating one of the strangest and most hypnotic characters the film industry had seen at that time.
Would the doctor care for a brandy before retiring?
No. Thank you.
Some warm milk? Perhaps?
No, thank you very much. No thanks.
Ovaltine.
Nothing. Thank you.
And the horses, well, even they were startled by the name Frau Blucher. Number 7. Every time someone mentions the name Frau Blucher, the horses reared in fear, hooves in the air and ready to get out of here.
I am Frau Blucher.
The gag is one of the most easily noticeable in the whole film, but didn't just emanate from nothing. Brooks revealed later that the sound wasn't just for laughs. It was a memory from his childhood. A cold, hard, and intimidating sound that even Brooks feared. Yet, it became one of the longest-running gags of the film, hiding beneath it something more sinister. A fear, a memory, and an unhealed scar that simply never faded. Perhaps that's why Brooks never got a cameo for himself. Number 8. Mel Brooks is known for always having some sort of cameo in his films. First, there was Blazing Saddles. Then he played 3 different characters in Spaceballs. But in Young Frankenstein, Gene Wilder simply forbade it, even going as far as telling him that if he showed up in any sort of costume, the spell was broken. But Wilder couldn't entirely stop Brooks. Those with a keen sense of hearing can still hear the echoes of Brooks' voice as a howling wolf, screaming cat, and even the call of a train in the very distance. His face might not have appeared on screen, but Wilder couldn't stop the special effects, adding just a little more of himself to the production. And then there was namesake Gene Hackman, an Oscar-winning legend. Number 9. Fans all over the world were already familiar with the name Gene Hackman, an Oscar-winning actor, a star in the world of drama, but with absolutely no experience in the world of parody and screwball comedy. Yet, he accidentally ran into Wilder on a tennis court of sorts when the two started talking. Hackman wanted to do something different, a comedy of sorts. And Wilder had the perfect idea. He was cast as a blind hermit, pouring wine, breaking furniture, and even burning the crotch of Peter Boyle. The role became iconic and was one of the most memorable cameos in film history. It was a role that transcended the film, much like everything else that didn't have the advantage of special effects. Number 10. Young Frankenstein had an eerie and dark feeling to it. Thunderstorms, howling wolves, and even the sound of a screeching cat. But there weren't any digital sounds or special effect libraries to rely on. In need of a thunderstorm, they had to create it. Special lighting, a custom lighting board was built. But when all of these effects were turned on, they worked. Perhaps a little too well. Pipes burst, lights shorted, and the hallway flooded to ankle depth. And everyone thought the lab scenes were to be delayed. But there wasn't enough time. Crews worked overtime, through the night, drying it all up. And the next day, filming continued as if nothing ever happened. It was controlled chaos at its best, even spilling over onto the screen if you look carefully. And then came one problem, a rating that nearly sunk it all. Number 11. Double entendres have for decades been part of Hollywood, and Young Frankenstein was filled with them to the brim. However, one such moment nearly changed the film from comedy to something a little more harsh, an R rating. The ratings board flagged it, finding it somewhat enticing and sexually suggestive, even suggesting the film had to have an adult rating. But Brooks argued his case, calling it musical satire, a joke. After 3 rounds of arguing, the film was given a PG rating, just a few words away from complete tragedy, before a mega commemorative award. Number 12. It's a rarity for something to enter the Library of Congress. Only the greats ever make it. And Young Frankenstein was never intended to be an Oscar-winning film. It was a simple parody, a hoax, a complete ripoff of the original 1931 film. But amid the filming, Brooks and Wilder did something right. They hit a sweet spot, resonating with fans and transforming the filming industry into something different, earning 2 Academy Award nominations, unfortunately losing both to The Towering Inferno. Yet, it was later recognized when, in 2003, the Library of Congress selected Young Frankenstein for preservation in the National Film Registry for its cultural, historical, and aesthetic significance, even inspiring a legendary rock band. Number 13.
Walk this way. This way.
When Igor handed Dr. Frankenstein a cane and said, "Walk this way," it was supposed to be a throwaway line. But Wilder limped off in the exact same way down the stairs, before stopping and realizing. The joke landed. Audiences loved it. But it didn't just stop there. A year later, Aerosmith released the song "Walk This Way," with fans immediately stating that it was inspired by the exact scene. The band never confirmed it, nor denied it, especially given the timing of the film and the song. It might be true, adding even more value and suggesting just how big a cultural impact the film had on the rest of the entertainment industry. But we haven't even mentioned Terry Garr. Number 14. The name Terry Garr never came up during the original cast selection. In fact, the choice for actors was already made, and with someone more dramatic, they believed it would anchor the character of Inga. But tensions flared behind the scenes. Disagreements popped up about the script, the tone, and more importantly, the direction. So, the role magically opened up again. Now there was a gap, and Gene Wilder knew how to fill it, so he recommended Terry Garr. She arrived, no fanfare, no rehearsal, and no audition, smashing the first attempt before anyone even explained the film. Inga was transformed from a punchline to a woman in on the joke, warm, playful, but a little bit comedic. She was immediately cast, and whatever they planned for the role initially was simply scrapped. Terry Garr became the role, not as a replacement, but as someone who transformed it into something iconic. But what happened to the monster's boots? Number 15. Everyone knows just how massive the monster's boots were. They were huge, uncomfortable, and heavy enough to throw anyone off balance. But following the shoot, Mel Brooks took them home, not as a souvenir like many thought, but as a statement. Yes, Brooks literally wore the boots to dinner parties, even struggling through cocktail parties with the rich and famous. When asked why, he smirked and spoke. "They make me feel taller and funnier." It wasn't just a prop, but something iconic that didn't just belong to the monster. It was part of the man who brought it all to life. And who are we to deny him for living his best life? Number 12.
What is this? What is that? What is that?
The Breakfast Club wasn't just teenagers in detention. It was packed with fights, substances, and a bunch of degenerates that changed a generation.
I suppose you won't be needing a drink. Naked Lady says.
And as a bonus, I'll share exactly which Chicago high school was really used for filming. So, number 1. Let's face it, Nicolas Cage is one of the biggest A-list stars in Hollywood, whereas most of the Breakfast Club cast is largely forgotten. But when John Hughes selected his cast for the show, many Hollywood A-listers auditioned. Actors like Jodie Foster, John Cusack, and Robin Wright. Yet, Nicolas Cage also auditioned for the role of Bender, but Hughes didn't like his audition, rejecting him for Emilio Estevez. But even he was given a different role when Hughes saw how good Judd Nelson was. And you won't believe the real bully Nelson actually was. Number 2. When Judd Nelson was cast as Bender, no one knew that he would become his actual character in real life. Nelson was often rude to cast members, specifically Molly Ringwald, to keep their on-screen tension as authentic as possible. He even sneered at John Hughes. But when Molly's mother visited the set, his bullying almost got him fired. He continued berating her, so much that she approached the studio and complained about his bullying. Hughes was ready to fire him. Then the cast stepped in to defend him, applauding his commitment to the character. So, Nelson was given a second chance, creating a raw, edgy character that went off script so much, you'd probably wonder why it was ever written. But speaking of the script, you'd never guess how long it took to write. Number 3. It takes years, even decades, for scripts to be written. But for John Hughes, writing this particular script took just 48 hours. Even though it might sound like an over-exaggeration, Hughes revealed that he locked himself inside a hotel room for an entire weekend, using just pure inspiration and a dream that he wanted to achieve. What's even more impressive is that this first draft was barely altered, and the production could begin almost immediately. I guess speed was a theme once you know how long it took to film. Number 4. Once the script was ready and the cast was selected, filming began. However, it wasn't your typical filming, but something you'd never see in modern Hollywood. The cast set up on March 28, 1984, and filming was wrapped up in early May, taking just a little more than 30 days to finish. Hughes was so impressed with the cast that retakes were rare, and within less than a year of filming, it was ready to release. But what about the raw emotions of the most iconic scene? Number 5.
Don't you ever talk about my friends. You don't know any of my friends, you don't look at any of my friends, and you certainly wouldn't condescend to speak to any of my friends.
When the group finally reaches the climax of the film, where they reveal the reason each of them is in detention, it seems a little too realistic. From the facial expressions to the emotions, nothing feels out of place. It was later revealed in 2016 by director of photography Tom Del Ruth that most of it was improvised. In fact, John Hughes was fully open to suggestions from the actors, and after watching them blast each other with pure emotion on the first take, he rewrote it on the spot. The buildup of tension was so real that the scene felt like real students, ultimately becoming the most iconic moment of the film. But even then, there were a few Easter eggs that were missed. Number 6. For the large part of the film, the actors were bored. In fact, they are in detention, punished for what they had done. But with the teacher never around, they found innovative ways of entertaining themselves, from crawling through the roof to smoking drugs. Yet, the most useful tool they could have used was barely even mentioned. Even back in 1984, computers were already in student libraries, but throughout the film, they were never touched, leaving a nice little Easter egg often missed by fans. Number 7. Molly Ringwald was only 16 years old when she played the character of Claire. However, the film references many taboo topics, including sex, drugs, and the use of alcohol, which was considered rebellious back in 1984, especially for high school teenagers. However, she later wrote in The New Yorker, where she almost denounced the film for its inappropriate context. She said that watching the film with her 10-year-old daughter made her apprehensive, stating that it was troubling for her to watch, especially in the modern Me Too era. At least she wasn't a thief like Allison. Number 8. Let's face it, Allison was certainly the weird kid in class. She didn't speak a single word for the first 24 minutes of the film, but she wasn't just sitting there doing nothing. In fact, she kept on stealing things from the other cast members, and even the school. Many of these instances went largely unnoticed. Well, until she stole Brian's wallet. It all culminated with the infamous purse dump scene with everything she had stolen. But even then, her sticky fingers couldn't stop. After her kiss with Andrew at the end of the film, she snatched his patch off his jacket. A true kleptomaniac in every sense of the word. Number 9. As weird as Allison was, she had a vivid imagination that made up for the lack of actual speaking. After filming, it was revealed that one of the best scenes was cut. where Allison dreamt about an alternate reality for the other cast members. She imagines Andrew as a gluttonous Viking, Bender as a prisoner, Claire as a bride, Brian as an astronaut, and herself as a vampire, which, if you think about it, kind of makes sense in terms of how the characters had developed. Well, Bender was probably just a prisoner in his own hatred and mind. Number 10. Now, Andrew is the wrestler of the group, and perhaps even the only normal person attending detention. However, early in the film, the director added another nice little Easter egg, suggesting that Andrew might have been on his way to Ohio State University. His dad's car had a personalized license plate, which reads Ohio ST. This was perhaps a reference that Andrew was heading there for his wrestling career. But who exactly was Brian's dad? Number 11. John Hughes wasn't an actor himself, and when it came to casting someone for the role, he didn't know who to choose. Yet, the legendary director wasn't really someone for the silver screen, having only made cameos in Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Class Reunion. However, he'd cast himself at the end of the film, being seen as the man who picks up Brian. Even though no one really noticed this, it just shows the attention to detail that was paid when creating the iconic film. So, where was it all filmed? Number 12.
Saturday, March 24th, 1984.
In the first scene, viewers can quickly see the name of the high school as Shermer High. Yet, this wasn't the real name of the school. When filming started, Hughes needed somewhere that felt a little abandoned, and finding a high school that wasn't being either renovated or used was almost impossible. His next best option would have been to create a set. So, he stumbled upon the abandoned Maine North High School in Des Plaines, Illinois, which just 4 years earlier was closed down by the school board. It was perfect, aside from the small library. So, the cast had to recreate the library in the gymnasium for enough room that allowed the camera to operate freely. However, it wasn't the only location used for filming. Most of the corridor scenes and external shots were filmed at Glenbrook North High School, where Hughes himself was an alumnus. But another cast member was Man of the Year at Shermer. Number 13. One of the most easily missed moments in the film is Carl the janitor. He plays a very minor role, mostly getting into some kind of conflict with the cast and being the one who runs to the vice principal. Yet, he makes an appearance in the first scene, but not in person. A plaque on the wall shows him as the Man of the Year in 1969, which actually creates a narrative for the story that no matter how good you are in school, it doesn't mean that you are guaranteed to succeed in life. His morbid tone clearly indicates how unhappy he is with his job. But what about the drugs they used? Were they real? Number 14. The use of real drugs was obviously banned back in the 1980s. And even today, you never see real drugs being used. But when the group smoked marijuana, the acting was so authentic that you'd be forgiven for thinking it was the real deal. The director turned to a real herb, oregano. Perhaps this could have had a similar effect that gave the film such an authentic feel and made the characters seem like they were really high. Number 15. In one scene, Vice Principal Vernon catches Bender playing basketball in the gymnasium. Yet, instead of wearing his iconic black boots, he was wearing a random white sneaker. In fact, no one knows where the sneaker comes from, or if the whole scene was just improvised by Judd Nelson himself. Following a talk down from Vernon, he walks out of the gym, puts on his iconic boots, and takes his jacket, leaving the white sneaker just randomly lying around. To this day, no one really knows the purpose of it, but if you do, let us all know in the comments below. But speaking of random mysteries, number 13.
Oh my God.
Tombstone wasn't just a classic Western. It was one of the greatest stories ever told. From a crazy, trigger-happy dentist to a sheriff who hated his job, and the ultimate vendetta ride that actually changed the course of history. And as a bonus, I'll tell you exactly how the real Wyatt Earp died. So, number 1. No one can imagine anyone other than Kurt Russell and Val Kilmer playing the roles of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday. Yet the two stars were never the first choice for the roles. In fact, the roles were first offered to Kevin Costner and Willem Dafoe. Costner declined, choosing to star in his own version of the film Wyatt Earp just a year later, which left the studio scrambling for a main character. Jeff Bridges would later be offered the role, also declining to star in The Big Lebowski, which sparked Kurt Russell into accepting it after being recommended by Bridges. As for Kilmer, He only accepted the role when he learned that Costner was not going to star in it, so as not to compete with his great friend. But you won't believe how hard Kilmer worked to nail the role of Doc Holliday. Number 2. Before filming started, Kilmer was not as skilled at operating a gun. However, Doc Holliday is historically known for being one of the fastest guns in the West, possibly only rivaled by Billy the Kid and Jesse James. To ensure that fans see someone who is just as skilled as Doc Holliday was said to be, Kilmer enlisted trainers who helped him work on his draw. The actor spent many hours every day focusing on his drawing to ensure that he had the speed to match. This all came to fruition in one of the final scenes, where Doc Holliday faked the severity of his own illness to kill Ringo. It paid off, creating a cinematic moment that felt real, and he even topped it off with the arrogance of Doc Holliday. But this isn't even close to the work put in by the screenwriter. Number 3. One of the biggest challenges with true stories is nailing the accuracy of the setting. This isn't something that can be done from a studio in Hollywood, so screenwriter Kevin Jarre actually moved to Tombstone. But Jarre didn't just sit in the town to write the script. He actually visited every historic place, spoke to some of the locals, and took in the atmosphere. Once he understood Tombstone, he enrolled in cowboy camp where he learned the ropes, being taught horse riding, using a 6-shooter, and many other skills that truly transformed him into a cowboy. It all paid off massively, creating one of the greatest ever depictions of the life of Wyatt Earp and how everything played out, especially the scene at the OK Corral. But you won't believe what happened to Jarre. Number 4. When filming began, Jarre was the main man directing the story. Yet after about a month of shooting, the screenwriter turned director got significantly overwhelmed by the demands of the film, especially the logistical issues. So, he was fired, leaving the production without a director. The studio quickly turned to George P. Cosmatos to fill the role, and he created a classic, but not without a few hiccups of his own. Cast members complained about how he treated the extras like crap, with Michael Biehn even shouting at the director. He later claimed that it was Kurt Russell who held it all together and ensured that everything was still accurate. But did you know you can visit the setting for one of the scenes? Number 5. The shooting at the OK Corral wasn't just made up. It was one of the most famous gun sites of the late 19th century. Located in the town of Tombstone, which has now become a hub for tourists looking to experience the Western culture, anyone can actually visit the real site. Town locals have gone so far in making tours available for fans, with cutouts placed to show exactly where the shooting took place and where every person was supposedly standing. Even some of the old saloons are still working, serving meals that might be a little more modern, but will definitely give you a taste of what life was like in the Old West. And if the OK Corral is not what you want to visit, there are Boot Hill Graveyard and the Birdcage Theater, where you can get a taste of what it was like to be entertained in the 1880s. So, if you're a fan of the American West, a trip to Tombstone should be something on your bucket list. Number 6. Sam Elliott has, for decades, been one of the best actors when it comes to creating westerns. He famously has a stunning soup strainer mustache, which certainly helped to create the real Wild West feeling. But this mustache has a connection to the real Wyatt Earp, believe it or not. In fact, Sam Elliott is a relative to the grandson of William Earp, a man also named William. But even growing it wasn't enough to get it to fully pop on screen. The team's makeup department used black mascara to enhance the prodigious mustache. But it is still fascinating that it came from the same lineage, and certainly brought some character to Virgil Earp. But this film isn't just another Hollywood fantasy. Number 7. While many other westerns of the time were considered fictional and dominated by stars such as Clint Eastwood, Tombstone follows the real life of former Marshal Wyatt Earp. The film accurately portrayed how the former Marshal set out west to retire and live a calmer life, instead of chasing bandits and criminals of the time. Yet, this was never the reality when a group of bandits, known as the Cowboys, set out to draw Wyatt Earp back into the role of sheriff. They succeeded after the death of his brother, portraying most of the moments in the exact same way that it happened, even though some of them might have been a little different than actually depicted. But even the new director brought in had an affinity for the Wild West that might have been even bigger than that of Kevin Jarre. Number 8. When George Cosmatos first saw the 1957 Burt Lancaster film Gunfight at the OK, he became obsessed with the characters and story. In fact, he always yearned to create something that would accurately depict the real gunfight. To pull this off, the filming took place at the exact same location where, more than 100 years earlier, the events unfolded. Cosmos, as he was later known, even wanted the characters to stand in the same position and say the same lines that were supposedly used before the gunfight. It took a lot of work and rehearsals, but it would immortalize one of the greatest gunfights in the West. And as Cosmatos said, the film isn't just another Western, but a classic Greek tragedy played out in the American frontier. Number 9. When Kilmer was first given the role of the eccentric Doc Holliday, he became obsessed with the character. Even though the real Doc Holliday was never known for his piano skills, Kilmer was surprisingly good at it. In fact, he actually practiced the piano extensively to enhance Doc's eccentricities, specifically learning Chopin's Nocturne in E minor, specifically for his role as Doc Holliday. So even though it might sound like an extra was brought in to play the piano, or many even speculate that Kilmer might have faked his piece on the piano, you can be pretty certain that he could play the piano in real life. But if Kilmer put in so much work for the role, you would even imagine the work put in by the lead actor Kurt Russell. Number 10. Kurt Russell has never been one to half-ass his way through a role. In fact, he went to great lengths to understand Old Western firearms and use them with complete authenticity. To perfect the role of Wyatt Earp, Russell underwent extensive training to master the classic single-action revolvers used in the film. But he wasn't alone. Russell enlisted the help of legendary Hollywood gun coach Thel Reed, who taught him the ropes of speed loading, fanning hammers, and drawing. This ensured that while he was on screen, Wyatt Earp really felt as good and quick as he is described in history. It is easy to see why the movie felt so realistic, with Kurt Russell embodying the real-life confidence of his training to fire a gun in the exact same manner as was originally intended. Number 11. Now, the crew could have easily pulled up to Hollywood to try and recreate the film, but the director himself wanted authenticity. However, doing so might seem almost impossible with the way Tombstone has evolved into a tourist hub. So, to match the historic accuracy of the script, the crew booked the set. They went through hundreds of old photographs, looking at where things were and trying to set them up in the exact way, up to the finest detail. Production designer Catherine Hardwick and her team painstakingly created a true replica, with over 65 structures on the 12-acre lot at the Mescal movie set in Benson, Arizona. Many of the actors even said that walking on set was literally like stepping back in time to the real Tombstone of 1881. And for audiences back home, it felt like they were living in the same era as the real Wyatt Earp. Again, showing the lengths everyone went to ensure that it was as historically accurate as humanly possible. This explains why it cost the studio nearly $25 million to create the film. Number 12. When watching the film, some attraction is present between Kurt Russell's Wyatt Earp and Dana Delaney's Josephine Marcus. In fact, anyone watching the film could tell you that the story was heading in that direction, yet it magically got lost. Test audiences didn't like the narrative, stating that it distracted them from the central themes of loyalty and vengeance displayed by Wyatt Earp. So the director cut it out. Delaney has said she regrets how much was cut, but ultimately, the film is more streamlined and hard-hitting without this passionate romance subplot. It was the right call, no doubt. But in real life, Wyatt Earp and Josephine Marcus did marry after the events of the movie, choosing to tie the knot on a yacht off the coast of California in 1890. She'd go on to outlive Wyatt, passing away at the age of 83 in 1944. But modern audiences didn't understand the cruelty of life back in the Wild West, and would be shocked by some of the lines. Number 13. Back in the 1990s, the world wasn't yet as desensitized to violence as it is today. So when Curly Bill Brocious boasted about skinning Mexicans, viewers were actually shocked, with the mere act being seen as extremely controversial at the time. Today, such a scene wouldn't have any real impact, but it just shows how Tombstone was pushing every single boundary it possibly could. It all flowed perfectly to give viewers an idea of the brutality and harsh reality of living on the frontier. Number 14. Now, I cannot stress enough how much effort went into creating the film, with everyone, including the actors, being forced to undergo boot camp. Yes, Kurt Russell and Val Kilmer had a lot of work put into ensuring their characters were authentic, but so did the rest of the cast. Each relevant actor was sent to Old Tucson Studios, where they underwent boot camp to teach them everything about horseback riding, stagecoach driving, and even the relevant gun skills needed to pull off such an accurate depiction. It is perhaps this extra level of effort that gave it a feeling of historical authenticity and brought the film to life. Number 15.
Not me. I'm in my prime.
Yeah, you look it.
One of the props that carried through the entire film is the cup and saucer used by Doc Holliday. But it wasn't just another random prop brought for the film. In fact, anyone visiting Tombstone can see it displayed in the Crystal Palace Saloon. As it turns out, that specific cup and saucer actually belonged to the real Doc Holliday and was an antique set purchased by a private collector and later purchased by the studio to be used for filming. It once again proves the lengths the studio and director went to ensure they could capture the real feeling of the 1880s. Number 16. No one can imagine anyone other than Sam Elliott playing the role of Virgil Earp, but getting him to portray the role was a challenge. In fact, Elliott didn't even want to play the role, having been semi-retired for 5 years. But when the director contacted him and sent him the script, he was eager to star in the role, stating that he knew if Kurt Russell was playing Wyatt, it would lead to a lot of laughs and gags on set. This confirms that many of the cast, including Val Kilmer, were all great friends, which is probably the reason why everyone portrayed their specific roles so well. These actors weren't just brothers on screen, but had a similar relationship when the cameras were turned off. Number 17. One of the most iconic scenes actually happens during the Vendetta ride. During the scene, Wyatt and his crew surprise Curly Bill at a campfire, where all hell breaks loose. Yet, this wasn't the true story of how Curly Bill met his end. But the scene wasn't just a fantasy. It was actually based on a real event from the Old West. In fact, the screenwriter based it on John Selman's ambush and murder of notorious outlaw John Wesley Hardin in El Paso, Texas. The hard and fast impact that led to the brutality of the scene was impactful in showing the level of hatred and vengeance Wyatt had for Curly Bill, who was part of the crew that murdered his brother. At least it wasn't some kind of fantasy. Number 18. When the film was first released, it got some mixed reviews, with hardcore Western fans praising it, while many critics suggested that it didn't accurately portray the vengeance undertaken by Wyatt Earp. Many believe that going from lawman to stereotypical gunslinger was factually incorrect, yet modern audiences found it far more entertaining than various other editions of the film that had been released since. In fact, it strikes the perfect balance between real history and a little bit of Hollywood, while still bringing the authenticity of the Old West. And you wouldn't believe how they aged the actors. Number 19. One of the biggest differences between modern society and the Old West is the harsh conditions that people had to endure. It aged people significantly faster, and even though someone was in their 30s, it wasn't uncommon to see them look closer to 50. To convincingly play frontiersmen who survived the harsh elements of the West, the principal cast had to look appropriately grizzled and weathered. So they brought in a doctor, who worked hand in hand with makeup effects specialist Joe Rockow to help age the actors. Medical prosthetics were brought in for burn victims, while dermatological products were used to create the creased and leathery skin of the actors. This gave them that natural, rough, and tough look of people who had suffered through hard times, scrapping for every cent they could find. Number 20. One of the main reasons why people know about the OK Corral wasn't because a historian dug up some information about it. In fact, the real Wyatt Earp moved to Hollywood following his expeditions on the frontier, where he had the idea of telling tales about his life to anyone who'd listen. In fact, he began working as a consultant on many films from 1915, enabling them to create the authentic scenes of what life was truly like. It is even reported that John Wayne, one of the most famous cowboy actors of all time, based his walk on the way Wyatt Earp used to walk. These tidbits of information were passed down for generations before making it into the hit film Tombstone. But how did the real Wyatt Earp die? Number 21. Following the stories of Tombstone, Wyatt eventually made his way to Hollywood. He spent a lot of time there, telling his stories and helping many actors. Yet, the man himself was rapidly aging, and in 1929, he began suffering from chronic cystitis. This form of urinary tract infection eventually spread, and the former lawman passed away in a rented bungalow in California. Many Western actors of the time attended his funeral, including pallbearers at the time of his death. Number 22. One of the reasons for the accurate portrayal by Kurt Russell was the fact that he had access to a lot of the written notes and stories from the real Wyatt Earp. But this wasn't passed to him through Sam Elliott. In fact, Wyatt Earp III was actually one of the actors, portraying the role of Billy Claiborne. He shared some of his historic notes and stories that were passed through generations, to help Russell make the character as authentic as he possibly could. That's 22 facts about Tombstone, but there is one more bonus fact you need to know. Bonus fact: the death of Doc Holliday. Throughout the film, everyone can see and feel that Doc Holliday isn't well. In fact, he was suffering from severe tuberculosis, while his lifestyle of drinking, gambling, and smoking didn't really do much to contribute to his condition. Despite the portrayal of Doc moving to a facility before his passing, he actually did try to remedy his situation by visiting Glenwood Springs, Colorado, hoping that the curative powers of the waters might help him restore his lungs. But it didn't. In fact, it did more damage to his lungs than initially expected. And as he lay there dying, with only a nurse by his side, he famously asked for a glass of whiskey. When the nurse denied his request, Doc looked at his bootless feet, amused. His final words were,
"This is funny."
Now, despite the historical significance of the film, it still had a bit of Hollywood flair to it, almost as much as Jennifer Aniston in the boredom-filled Office Space, which was released just a couple of years later. Number 14. Spaceballs changed the way people looked at Star Wars forever. It changed an iconic film into a mind-blowing comedy with melted cheese and even jam. Yet the film almost didn't make it to theaters. And as a bonus, I'll reveal exactly when Spaceballs the sequel will be released. Number 1. Let's face it, big-name Hollywood actors are often the reason a movie becomes a blockbuster. And for this parody ripoff, Mel Brooks wanted a big-name actor. More specifically, he had his eyes on Tom Hanks and Top Gun star Tom Cruise. Both men declined the role, perhaps not feeling that parody was in the best interest of their careers. Next on the list was Bill Pullman, mainly because he was yet to star in a blockbuster, and he was more affordable than these two megastars. So, Pullman got the role, and his on-screen chemistry with Rick Moranis and John Candy was just something else. Who knows if the two Toms could have pulled this off? Number 2. Following the successes of Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein, among many others, Mel Brooks was thinking about something different. He had ripped off the horror niche, the western niche, and now he was about to take on the sci-fi niche. However, looking at the movie doesn't reveal much about how the $5 million budget was spent. It looks low budget to anyone who has ever viewed the film, so where did all the money go? Well, Brooks respected George Lucas so much that he hired Lucasfilm to do all the post-production work on the film. This probably cost him an arm and a leg, but helped to turn the film into a true blockbuster. Yet, George Lucas still gave him one very important rule. Number 3. Creating a parody ripoff is not that easy. Producers and studios need the approval of the original film owner if they want to use the intellectual property. This was one problem standing right in front of Mel Brooks. But he swallowed his pride and asked George Lucas to avoid being sued for the production. Lucas reluctantly agreed, giving the green light for the film's production, but with one very clear condition: no Spaceballs merchandise. Yet, Brooks saw an opportunity and made sure to remind Lucas of how he felt about not being permitted to create merchandise. Ironically, this flamethrower became iconic and even more popular than some real Star Wars merchandise at the time. But it wasn't just a bunch of morons like a British film a few years earlier. Number 4. Mel Brooks is known for his uncanny titles. Blazing Saddles and The Vagrant are just a few, but his original idea for Spaceballs was to have it titled Planet Morons. Unfortunately, a British film titled Morons from Outer Space was released in 1985, and it completely took the wind out of his sails. So, Brooks had to sit back, regroup, and come up with a new title. He knew the word space needed to be in the title, especially for marketing purposes, but this wasn't about to work by itself. So, Brooks fiddled with the word screwball, a play on the type of film being produced, and the title was later turned into Spaceballs. That explains why the dark helmet had such a ball-shaped design. Speaking of the dark helmet, number 5. Dark Helmet was a play on Darth Vader from the original film, but he had a very whiny, often even frustrating voice. Then there are the crazy one-liners, which feel completely unhinged and not like something a writer would put in. However, Moranis later revealed that most of the dialogue was improvised, and he continued by saying that playing the character was like channeling every childhood tantrum into one role. Brooks, seeing this on screen, was amazed and just let him roll with it. And later, Crew members even explained that the cameraman often had to stop for a few seconds after outrageous laughter during his various takes. Perhaps it's why Dark Helmet feels like such an authentic character. Number 6. Jabba the Hutt was an iconic character in Star Wars, representing sloth, but having this character in Spaceballs would have proven a challenge. So, Brooks changed it up a bit, calling it Pizza the Hutt. However, Brooks insisted that it look as realistic as possible, with artificial hot cheese being used for the costume, with added slime over a rubber base. The result? Richard Caron, who played the role, suffered real burns from the costume, and it became so intolerable that Caron quit once Brooke demanded retakes. It was such a horrific costume that Dom DeLuise, who voiced the character, outright refused to even touch the costume. Perhaps using a toy model would have been better, but this wasn't overlooked in the sci-fi niche. Number 7. In 1997, George Lucas remastered the original Star Wars trilogy, which led to a revival in everything Star Wars. Mel Brooks wanted to create another film, but was unsure of whether he'd be able to pull it off with a screwball comedy budget. So, Brooks chose the route of animation, and Spaceballs the animated series was released in 2008. It flew largely under the radar and was only picked up by G4 and Canada's Super Channel. Unfortunately, it didn't turn into a success, with the main cast not returning for the reprisal of their roles. The series only ran for one season, showing 13 episodes. Number 8. When Lone Star jammed the radars and Dark Helmet yelled that only one man would give him the raspberry, this was all improvised. But the red stuff running down the monitor, it seemed authentic, and a good wordplay on the word jam. Yet, Brooks later revealed that real jam was actually used for the scene, but this turned into a much bigger problem than the crew had originally foreseen. The jam clogged up the ventilation systems, and the crew had to stop filming afterwards as a mission of cleaning had to be completed. But let's not forget about Michael Winslow, who added the real humor that made the scene pop. Number 9. Michael Winslow is best known for his ridiculous voices and sounds in the hit series Police Academy. Creating the radar sound would have cost the production up to $1,000, but Winslow could do all this naturally. Winslow's talent would create all these noises naturally, before Moranis once again stole the scene with his incredible humor. Number 10. In one of the studio notes, the studio requested that Brooks add more visual gags. They needed something that would visually draw in the viewer and keep them laughing, not just relying on the incredible acting. So, Brooks took a shot at them. 2 guys, 2 big combs, literally combing the desert. This was as literal as Brooks could have taken the notes. But then something happened. One of the combs broke mid-take, and the crew didn't have a backup. They simply stopped and taped the comb back together. And if you think it was simply just a small bowl of sand, you'd be wrong. The scene was actually filmed at the Imperial Sand Dunes National Park, near Yuma, Arizona. Then there's the main character, Lone Star. Number 11. Let's face it, when you think of Star Wars and the good guys, 2 names come to mind, Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. But when creating Spaceballs, Mel Brooks wanted a single character that resembled both protagonists. So, Lone Star was created, and Brooks allowed Pullman to do the research, where he studied both Star Wars characters to find his own blend of swagger and humor that would fit the character. Essentially, he transformed Lone Star from a boring idea into the Millennium Falcon knockoff driving, vest-wearing idiot that still gets the princess. This was pure comedic gold. But speaking of the Millennium Falcon, it was actually in the film. Number 12. Eagle 5, a rip-off version of the Millennium Falcon, was nothing more than a modified Winnebago. But Mel Brooks wanted to at least pay some tribute to the Millennium Falcon. His initial idea was to have it fly around in space, but this would have cut too much into the budget. Brooks settled for having it parked in the lot adjacent to the diner, where it can be clearly seen as Barf and Lone Star enter. Perhaps Han Solo and Chewie had just finished their meal, or they were out for a quick leak in the local bathroom. Nevertheless, this is one of the overlooked Easter eggs in the film. Number 13. From Blazing Saddles to the sounds of Young Frankenstein, Mel Brooks always finds a way to put himself in the movies. In Spaceballs, he actually played 2 roles, Yogurt and President Scrub. Now, Yogurt was a play on the character of Yoda, but the makeup for the scene was so intense that Brooks could only film for a few hours per day. It was revealed that the gold paint used for the character irritated his skin, and he could barely move when wearing the suit. Yet, Brooks insisted on playing both roles, stating that it was the only way he could ensure the jokes landed as intended. Number 14. John Candy, who plays the role of Bart, is a direct take on Chewbacca. Yet, the main difference is that Chewie had a fully prepared suit that would give him that teddy bear appearance and make him iconic. However, several attempts failed at providing Candy with a good suit, so the idea was finally scrapped. It was replaced with a 30-pound battery pack strapped onto his back, with 3 technicians controlling the tail and ears. But Rick Lazzarini, who controlled the ears, got a few shouts from Candy, who believed that he was overdoing it with the ears. At least Rick finally took over the role of Pizza the Hut when Karen bailed. Number 15. For years, fans have been asking Mel Brooks about the possibility of a Spaceballs sequel. In fact, the initial title became a running gag in Hollywood, called Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money. But Brooks said he'd only film it if Moranis came back, but the actor stepped away from Hollywood to focus on raising his children. This didn't stop Brooks, with multiple drafts reportedly being drawn up, but ended up on the shelf. Then, in June 2025, Amazon MGM revealed that a Spaceballs sequel would be released in 2027. So far, it is titled Spaceballs 2, The Schwartz Awakens. But what did George Lucas actually think of the film? Number 16. One of the biggest concerns Mel Brooks had was what George Lucas would think about the comedy spoof on his career's work. Lucas was invited as one of the first to see the test screening. And, to everyone's surprise, Lucas loved it. He called it a loving spoof, even stating that his only regret was not thinking of yogurt first. Perhaps this is why Lucasfilm was so quick to help the film in post-production and marketing. Brooks even went on to say that having the approval of Lucas gave him the confidence to keep pushing the boundaries. Spaceballs completed the Mel Brooks goal of spoofing every major niche, but one of his biggest moments came more than a decade earlier, when Gene Wilder threatened him to stop acting. Number 15. MacGyver didn't just use duct tape and paper clips. He even used a chocolate bar to prevent a nuclear explosion. Intelligence agencies considered it education. Kids became handy, and even the Mythbusters tried to debunk it.
What?
And as a bonus, you will see how a paperclip saved the entire series. So, number 1. MacGyver was brilliant at field improvisation, figuring out ways to use what was around him to successfully complete a mission. U.S. intelligence agencies also noticed this, telling recruits to study the show and learn from what Mac was doing. Its motto of, think fast, use what's around you, mimicked real-life crises, teaching new agents to remain calm under pressure. Now, it didn't lead to any chocolate bars or duct tape being added to an agent's arsenal, but it did spark a few new ideas back at Langley, Virginia. But you wouldn't guess who was the real MacGyver. Number 2. When ABC ordered the show, they quickly realized that some of the experiments and tricks needed to make sense. Just making up random fixes for problems was not going to cut it for too long with the audience. Then, creator Lee David Zlotoff stumbled upon a man, Jean Koivula, a gemologist working at Caltech. He wasn't just any professor, but one skilled in physics and chemistry. Koivula was tasked with being a consultant on set. Whenever the production team came up with a logical problem, they'd contact Koivula, who'd use his knowledge to do experiments and find the best possible solution. He'd provide the solutions, usually omitting a step or two to prevent those at home from blowing themselves up, much like the infamous chocolate scene. Number 3. In one of the most iconic scenes, MacGyver stumbles upon a sulfuric acid leak. Without anything useful around him, he turns to a chocolate bar, using it to plug the hole and preventing any sulfuric acid from seeping out. It sounds absolutely ridiculous, but when John Koivula suggested this, he experimented with it. He found that the fats and sugar in the chocolate would slow down the corrosion caused by the sulfuric acid, essentially buying Mac enough time to get away. In reality, this wouldn't last minutes like in the series, but it would stem the corrosion for a few seconds if needed. Still, not something recommended for you to try at home. Number 4. Throughout the first few seasons, everyone simply knew him by his nickname, Mac, or MacGyver for those who want to sound more accurate. No one ever got to know his first name, and by season 7, fans grew more and more curious. It was later revealed to be Angus, but Paramount Pictures didn't even know that he had gone off script, Richard Dean Anderson chose the name because he saw it on a trip to Vancouver. Meanwhile, Paramount was still circulating flyers with the name Stacy MacGyver.
Is that true?
It was so confusing that even to this day, many people are wondering what MacGyver's full name really is. Perhaps McDonald's has something to do with it. Number 5. When Zlotoff first created the character, he needed something masculine, something that would make him feel like a true man who could do anything. His first idea was using the name Guy, but his close friends quickly told him that it didn't sound compelling. So, Zlotoff was left back at square one. With all the rage at McDonald's, he realized that people were instinctively adding Mac in front of words, so he proposed calling him Mac Guy. Again, this was met with laughter and skepticism, as everyone said the name should have 3 syllables. After some back and forth, they finally settled on the name MacGyver, and the rest was history. Number 6. When the pilot of the series was filmed in 1985, it came in with a running time of 90 minutes. This was extremely long for an opening episode, and when executive producer John Rich saw this, he immediately wanted it cut down. So, Rich spent the Easter holidays cutting it down by 30 minutes. But upon seeing this, director Gerald Freeman still believed it was dreadful and would be an utter failure. In fact, he insisted on having his name removed from the credits, with the name Alan Smithy being displayed instead of Friedman. But the acting of Richard Dean Anderson would save the production. Number 7. MacGyver is known for his brains and bravery, but this wasn't just a fictional character on screen. He was just as brave as the character he was portraying, jumping off cliffs while hanging from helicopters. But this proved to be dangerous, and Anderson paid the price. In one scene, he miscalculated a jump, landing on the ground, knocking himself unconscious, and requiring medical treatment. The producers insisted that he use a stunt double, but Anderson refused. He continued performing almost every stunt, leading to numerous injuries, making that limp or pain on his face more than acting, but the reality of what he experienced. Number 8.
There are less than 4,000 black rhinos alive in the wild. Unless something is done, the current rate of killing will make them extinct by the year 2000.
In one scene, MacGyver trails a friend, Billy Colton, back to Africa, where he bears witness to the brutal slaughter of a black rhino. He quickly joins a group of activists to help stop the poaching of rhinos, stating they would be extinct by the year 2000. The scene was brilliant, but received massive backlash from fans. Many called in condemning the creators for victimizing such a poor animal, and even threatened to boycott the series. So, the producers quickly had to explain that it was a stunt, and about $40,000 was spent to create a fake rhino for the scene. It was a moment that nearly ended the series, but it proved just how effective the special effects were. At least the fans were later given a chance to partake in the series. Number 9. Despite the help of a professor, it became increasingly difficult for John Rich to come up with new, clever scenes for the actor. They were quickly running out of ideas, and without the clever skills of the main actor, the series was heading for failure. So, Rich came up with a cunning solution. He offered a cash reward for fans who could come up with a new solution to a problem by thinking out of the box. Unfortunately, many of these failed. Aside from one that would become iconic. One that proved successful saw a fan submit a proposal that cracking an egg into the radiator would solve a leaking problem. So, the producers tried it, and to everyone's surprise, it worked. But it did allow fans to come up with a few solutions of their own. Number 10. From the start of the series, MacGyver's disdain for guns was apparent. He simply didn't trust them, and was always forced to come up with new cunning solutions to problems. Yet, there are 2 instances where guns are featured. The first is where Anderson himself uses an automatic weapon. But as for MacGyver, the only time he ever used a gun was for a completely different reason. Instead of using the gun as intended, he knocked out the barrel, using the remaining parts of it to create a wrench. And aside from that, he would never again be featured using a gun. Number 11. During the 1988 episode, it depicts where MacGyver's aversion to guns comes from. He states how he lost his childhood friend when one accidentally discharged, and many people would follow in turning off the use of firearms. It became such a controversial topic that the National Rifle Association went nuclear, telling its customers to boycott the show and all its sponsors. Even the co-executive producer, Steve Downing, would come out and tell the Los Angeles Times, They have been encouraging people not to watch us and to boycott our sponsors. We try to do a decent job of really saying why a gun is dangerous, and they choose to boycott us and put us on their hit list. Fortunately, most people can figure out the difference between fiction and reality. Number 12. Before turning into a leather jacket-wearing superhuman with gadgets, MacGyver was initially a boring science professor with a job as a teacher. When it was finally put in front of test audiences, they found the character boring, with ABC execs saying he didn't have any fire. So, the script was torn up, and everyone went back to the drawing board. They gave him a leather jacket, a knife, and a motorcycle, while making his past as mysterious as possible. The result became an undeniable success, with every kid trying to be like MacGyver, and every man wishing he could do that. Perhaps that's why men who grew up in the 80s still believe everything can be fixed with a Swiss Army knife and some duct tape, even though some of his creations were a little wild. Number 13. Throughout the series, Mac lives in a boathouse in Vancouver. It was slightly stale for his secret agent status, but perfectly complemented the laid-back demeanor of the character. Yet, this wasn't just a set that was created for the series. When the episode Land's End was in production, Paramount actually sought a real location for the character, one that would have some kind of character to it. So they stumbled upon this boathouse in Vancouver. They bought it for a whopping $200,000 back then, and would keep it as long as the series had concluded. By 2012, it resurfaced on eBay, mostly dilapidated and being sold for just $40,000. But the word MacGyver was never forgotten. Number 14. MacGyver has for decades been used as its own word. Whenever someone does something close to resembling the actor, people refer to it as MacGyverism. People continued using this slang for more than 2 decades after filming stopped. But now, it is a real verb in the Oxford Dictionary. Even the Merriam-Webster Dictionary would later include the word in its online dictionary, solidifying it as something with meaning. I bet that many of you would agree with this pure definition. Number 15. MacGyver wasn't just a random series that someone magically came up with. The show actually takes some inspiration from its creator, Lee David Zlotoff's personal life. Specifically, he referred to his father, who had a knack for fixing things with weird and unique solutions. He later stated that even though most of the show was fictional, and creating a fully fictional character would have been much easier, he wanted to add some elements of his father into the personality of the character. Perhaps this is why it feels like such a genuine character. Unfortunately, the movie was an epic failure. Number 16. When the MacGyver series was taken off television in 1992, fans went wild, craving more of their favorite character. So, the director went for a straight-to-television movie called MacGyver: Trail to Doomsday. The film saw MacGyver head to London, focusing on nuclear weapons and an unscrupulous businessman. Many of the same actors were cast, but when the film was released, it was met with mixed reviews. While some liked the storyline, others criticized it for the lack of MacGyverisms, while others called it predictable. However, the biggest criticism was the lack of a good villain, which didn't really seem like he challenged MacGyver enough. Number 17. Since the professor's look didn't go well with the initial audience, ABC was willing to pull the plug and wanted to stop the production. With the crowd bored, one moment in the pilot would save the entire production and create the character we have come to love.
No rings. Now what?
Had it not been for this single scene, the entire show would likely have been scrapped. But the moment lifted the entire room, doing something that had never been done before on television. So, the show was given the green light. Number 18. Despite most of the show being filmed in Southern California, it is not where the majority was filmed. The first 2 seasons were largely produced around the Los Angeles area, but booking time and finding locations quickly had the budget spiral out of control. It became so expensive that the director and studio wondered whether it was even worth continuing. Then, they changed the location, moved to Canada, and filmed in Vancouver for the next 3 seasons. Not only did it cut some of the costs, but the series continued to do well in the ratings. However, they returned to California for the 7th and final season of filming. Number 19. When you think of MacGyver, the first tool that comes to mind is the Swiss Army knife. It is also the same knife he used throughout the series. Nothing special, just a standard Victorinox model with the basic features. Yet, when you look at the opening credits, It features a Wenger knife, something completely different. But still, a nice Easter egg often missed by many of the fans of the television series. Who knows how it would have turned out for Mac if he didn't have his trusted Victorinox. Number 20. In 2003, a spin-off title, Young MacGyver, was planned. It was originally imagined that a younger version would portray the main character, focusing on his upbringing and revealing some of the mystery of his backstory. The series never got approved and would simply remain an idea until 2016. Peter M. Lenkov came up with the idea of rebooting MacGyver and having it appeal to younger, more modern audiences. The new series reinvented everything, including the premise. Now Mac had a team, including a boss, almost giving him a 007 feeling. CBS even brought in James Wan, the mastermind behind Furious 7, and the television series became an instant classic. Later, it even got its own parody in MacGruber, almost like Star Wars, which had a very interesting parody of its own. Number 16. Porky's wasn't just a comedy, it was a cultural earthquake, pushing the boundaries that redefined a genre with outrageous humor and unapologetic mischief. Yet, it faced pushback, studio skepticism, censorship battles, and a budget that barely held it all together. And tucked beneath the insanity, real stories that happened almost 2 decades earlier. Number 1. The infamous shower scene where the guys looked through the peephole almost got cut. Movie director Bob Clark wasn't convinced the scene would pass the ratings board, calling it too risque for mainstream audiences, fearing that it might lead to the film earning an X rating. Even studio execs pushed back, demanding it to be toned down, possibly even removed completely. Yet, Clark didn't agree, arguing it was the heart of the film's rebellious humor, capturing the raw teen spirit of the 1950s. Then came the test audiences. They roared with laughter, proving him right, and the scene stuck. It transcended the film and became one of the most iconic moments in comedy history. Just as well, since it captured the teenage audacity of the era. Number 2. Unlike many thought-out scripts, this one was born from a feverish haze, a disorder that nearly ended the life of director Bob Clark. While bedridden with mononucleosis in 1979, Bob Clark had nothing but time. But when co-writer Roger Swaybill visited, he began dictating the story. It took 4 days of Swaybill listening to the teenage stories of Clark, recording them on a cassette recorder. And despite the pain, both men laughed with every new story. Swaybill later recounted that he was weeping with laughter, and the cassette would become the main script for the story, leading to the chaotic, unfiltered energy captured by the film. Yet, many still believe it was a US production about teens in Florida, but that wasn't the case. Number 3. Yes, the film might feel American and have a very 1950s US tone about it, but this was not the original intention. Bob Clark initially wanted to film it in Canada, trying to capture the Canadian youth and authenticity. However, taxes would have completely destroyed the already low budget, and the film's idea was hanging by a thread. Then Clark came up with an idea, choosing Florida for filming, yet trying to keep it as Canadian as possible. The studio didn't like this one bit, but relented, and for the next 24 years, it was the highest-grossing Canadian film, despite being filmed entirely in the United States. Ridiculous, right? It fooled everyone into thinking it was pure Americana, when it was a Canadian film in disguise. Number 4. Following the massive profits of Porky, the studio made 2 sequels, Porky's The Next Day and Porky's Revenge. Yet none of them came close to the original. Then, in 2002, Howard Stern bought the rights to the film. His plan? A complete remake. 2 other companies also had the rights, or at least they were claiming ownership. So, legal battles ensued. Only by 2013 was a confidential settlement reached, leading to one massive question: who owns the right to Porky's? However, an unofficial remake was released by Lantana in 2008, called Porky's Pimpin' Pee-wee. Who knows what that was like? Maybe the kid who starred in Kindergarten Cop was perhaps a better Pee-wee. Let me know in the comments if you've watched it. Number 5. Porky's had a few crazy scenes, from barely clothed women to complete disrespect for authorities. Back in the 1980s, this was already frowned upon by the average conservative American. In fact, critics Siskel and Ebert called it the worst film of the year at one point, citing the way women were treated as their biggest concern. However, they've gone on to praise Revenge of the Nerds, possibly an even worse goofball comedy. Perhaps it was the Tallywhacker scene that sparked the outrage. Number 6. During the scene of the Tallywhacker, Tommy stuck his natural weapon through the shower peephole, but instead of the ladies, Miss Ballbricker came along and noticed this horrific sight. She latched onto it with both hands, sending audiences into weeping laughter. The scene was filmed in a single take. Nancy Parsons' performance was so intense and iconic that Clark deemed it perfect. Using a dummy prop at least saved Tommy from any pain, but one true thing is that the film's crew lost it, being unable to contain their laughter. Kind of funny, given that the cast was actually not teenagers in the first place. Number 7. The film pictures a bunch of teenagers, all trying to, well, get their fun in. But finding a bunch of high school kids who could pull off this acting was nearly impossible. They came with logistical issues, all related to working with minors. So, Clark hatched a plan. He chose actors in their mid-20s who could possibly pull off the look of a teenager. Yet, Brian Schwartz was already 29, with Pee-wee Dan Monahan 26, and most of the other actors in their mid to late 20s. And it worked. Audiences lapped it up, despite critics being the ones who noticed they didn't exactly pass as teens. Perhaps this was what teenagers looked like in Clark's historic 1950s stories. Number 8. Bob Clark didn't just have a high school life. He had stories. He created memories. So, when the camera rolled, the director lived the characters, seeing himself in Tommy and Pee-wee. Yet, the gags and mischief weren't just made up to be fictional. And even before the film, Clark spent 15 years ripping stories from his own life. The pranks, the antics, and the gags weren't just made up, but were moments from his life that actually happened. This authenticity gave the film a personal touch, even if exaggerated. And it worked, because the truth is often wilder than fiction. But the truth could have potentially led to censorship. Number 9. There were many moments in the film, from the Tallywhacker grab to the shower scene, that faced increased scrutiny from the ratings boards. The MPAA were horrified by the explicit content, even citing the sexual humor as a problem. An X rating was on the cards. But Clark at the back trimmed a couple of scenes, constantly debating with ratings boards on what is too far. Then a rating was handed down. The film was rated R, possibly the best Clark could have hoped for. Even then, many theaters refused to show it, fearing backlash. And despite all this controversy, it was a cash cow, with these same theaters later crawling back for the rights to show it. Number 10. Early in the film, Porky dumps the boys into the swamps. But there was one glaring problem. The Everglades in Florida have murky waters and thousands of alligators. But Clark wanted the scene to feel authentic and insisted on using the real swamps of the Everglades. So, the scene went ahead, and the boys were dumped into the real frigid waters of the Florida swamps. A bunch of crew members were put on standby to help keep an eye on any alligators. And many of these crew members can actually be seen standing on the deck. Yes, the scene was risky, but it added a gritty realism to the scene. Somewhat wild, but the risk paid off in the hilarity of it. Hopefully, this was another one-take wonder. But even before that, Lassie almost passed on her part. Number 11. When Clark first approached Kim Cattrall about playing the role of Miss Honeywell, the actress was horrified by the role. She didn't like the sexual nature and thought it would harm her acting career going forward. So, Bob Clark didn't panic. He calmly convinced her, but did so by telling her about the character's comedic depth, explaining just how much of a fan favorite she would become, and the actress relented. She accepted the role, became an instant fan favorite, and possibly launching her own career into stardom. The film turned from a fear into her biggest break. At least she missed out on the Tallywhacker speech. Number 12. When Miss Ballbricker demanded that Tommy and the other line up to identify the Tallywhacker, the whole crew burst out in laughter. While most of this was scripted, the principal had to keep a cool and calm facade, but this proved impossible. Actor Doug McGrath repeatedly disrupted the filming, as he cracked up each time Nancy Parsons delivered those iconic lines. Her delivery was so cold and hard that it felt like even the portrait of President Eisenhower in the background was smiling. This wasn't just scripted comedy, it was actual laughter that brought an even more authentic feel to the film. But some of the actors actually had a real-life marriage. Number 13. Sheriff Wallace and Cherry Forever were worlds apart in the film. One followed the law, the other had no problem breaking it. Yet, in real life, things were completely different. But have you ever found it interesting to know why these two actors always appear in the same movies? Some might call it great chemistry, but the truth is even deeper than their parts in Porky's and Nobody's Perfect. The latter was also produced by Clark. However, no one really knew why. The truth is that Alex Karras, who played Sheriff Wallace, was actually married to Susan Clark in real life, and Clark simply enjoyed the creative connection he had with the couple. Unfortunately, not even a sheriff could keep the film from being banned. Number 14. Now, Clark already had an uphill battle with ratings boards, who wanted to give it an X rating. He fortunately fought this off in the United States, but in some parts of Ireland, he wasn't so lucky. Due to its explicit content, the film was never aired, while some conservative groups in the United States also called for its ban. But as moral turpitude is proven, the more something is banned, the more popular it becomes. Much like Prohibition, people would sneak around and pass the film around, and eventually, the authorities realized that trying to control it was absolutely ridiculous. That is why rating boards are so critical of films. Number 15. Words with double meanings, or double entendres, have proven useful throughout Hollywood, and specifically in the comedy niche. Names like Meat, Honeywell, Pee-wee, and Sherry Forever were purposely designed double entendres to amplify the cheeky humor of the film. Yet, many conservatives hated it, calling for direct intervention. Clark stuck to his guns, audiences caught on, and many of these names would go on to be iconic gags, almost as iconic as the word tallywhacker, which literally transcended the film and is still a modern-day classic. Then there is something you've probably never heard of. Number 16. To add even more fuel to the fire, Porky's got its own video game just 2 years following its release. Again, to the anguish of parents across the country, it was a little too raunchy for many to comprehend, but it stuck. The player had to control Pee-wee, navigating the character through various obstacles on his way to the strip club. Now, the game didn't go on the break sales record of the Atari 2600, but it added a nice touch to the film, allowing teens all over the world to feel part of the journey. It just amplified the film's cultural footprint. Number 17. Growing up in the 1950s, Clark experienced the real-world racism and anti-Semitism. Clark wanted this to feature in the film, reflecting the era's tensions, but doing so would not be easy. So, the genius that is Bob Clark went all in, adding a little racist edge to allow the characters to show their bigotry. It even created a massive stir amongst the audiences, and critics believed it to be completely mishandled. Yet, Clark simply ignored the comments, and the film went on to be a massive success, with no one claiming it to be racist whatsoever. Proof of how comedic humor could change the way people perceive serious topics. Good thing it was filmed in the 80s. Then there is Porky's Bar. What happened to it? Number 18. As the film drew to a close, the boys, now fed up with Porky's, hatched a plan, something that would send viewers home with a bang. Clark decided that the bar needed to be destroyed. But this wasn't a Hollywood set. It was a real structure built near the Everglades swamps. So the crew rigged it, and when the boys latched onto it with a car, it wasn't just a set that collapsed, but actually the real bar. And here's the real genius behind the scenes. Clark had one take for this to work, so everything needed to be perfect. It all came together perfectly, making it another epic one-take wonder. Number 19. Even before filming started, the crew and cast members all just believed it to be another parody, maybe something like Young Frankenstein. No one truly believed it to be a success, especially given the minuscule $4 million budget. But Clark believed that authenticity would turn this into a cultural masterpiece. And when the test screenings took place, audiences went wild. To actors like Dan Monahan, this came as an absolute shock. Then came the box office haul, even more shocking. So finally, the crew believed. Once again, the underdogs won, and a second film was scheduled for release. Number 20. Bob Clark never wanted to film Porky 2 the next day. He didn't believe a follow-up was needed, but the studio persisted, so Clark leveraged the profits of the first film. He struck a deal with the studio that he would direct the film, only if they allowed him to film A Christmas Story. Reluctantly, the studio gave him the green light, and even though the second Porky film was a failure, A Christmas Story would go on to earn global recognition as a holiday special. Strangely, these raunchy teens paved the way for a holiday cheer. Pranks, gags, and a lot of fun is the best way to sum up this cultural classic. But even before that, Young Frankenstein set the tone for the comedic niche. Number 17. What Jenny Agutter just revealed about Logan's Run isn't just shocking, but something fans could never figure out for decades.
Life has been designed to make every day a carefree holiday.
Behind the floating bodies, 30-year age limit, and glossy sets were a few bizarre stories. And as a bonus, you wouldn't believe what Jenny said about the green dress and underwear problem. So, number 1. The main premise of Logan's Run focuses on youth and ensuring that everyone living in this utopia is under the age of 30.
But in the 23rd century, life lasts 30 years. Not one day less, not one day more.
Yet, Michael York, who ironically played the role of Logan, had already broken the rule even before it became reality. While he was being cast for the role, he was 33 years old. But even more surprising is the fact that he wasn't alone. Co-star Richard Jordan was 38. And even more ironic was that Jenny Agutter, who played Logan's love interest, was already over the age of 23. This made no sense given the story of the film, but according to Michael York, it was done on purpose. In fact, they tried to point out Hollywood's obsession with youth and how many stars were pushed out once they reached a certain age. Even more was that the team didn't make any secrets of it either, and it became one of the longest-running quirks of the film. But you won't believe how they came up with the idea. Number 2. Back in the 1970s, especially before the release of Star Wars in 1977, no one truly believed in the success of science fiction films. Even MGM Studios didn't believe that it would be a big hit, until they saw the box office success of Westworld and Soylent Green in 1973. These iconic films proved that audiences were hungry for some futuristic tales with this kind of dark undertone. Without those predecessors, we might never have seen this vision of a domed utopia turned nightmare. What's weird is how interconnected these sci-fi classics are, almost like a hidden cinematic family tree. But getting Michael York to star in the film was one of the biggest challenges. Number 3. Now, Michael York is iconic for his role as Logan 5, but when he first read the script, the actor wasn't exactly thrilled by it. Since he hadn't yet started a sci-fi film, he considered it a risky venture into a genre that didn't align with his classical acting background. Having just starred in films like Cabaret, he believed that prancing around in futuristic outfits wouldn't appeal to any viewers. Then he was finally convinced, and much like his other roles, he dove in head first. His performance didn't only anchor the movie's blend of action and philosophy, but added a layer of unscripted irony that catapulted him to superstar status. This might not have been the movie everyone craved, but it was definitely the one everyone needed to understand the frustration of actors who reached the age of 30 in Hollywood. Number 4. Even though Farrah Fawcett is barely in the film, her brief appearance became one of the most iconic parts of the film.
Hello, Sandman. We don't get many Sandmen. Doc, there's a Sandman here. Can you see him?
Her casting as Holly 13 wasn't just a serendipitous discovery, but a breath of fresh air. Back in the 1970s, Fawcett wasn't yet a household name, and had it not been for Michael York, she probably wouldn't have gotten the role at all. According to the story, York spotted what he called a blonde vision of delight while playing tennis. He then proposed her to the casting director, and within moments, she actually landed the role. This would be her introduction to bigger audiences, which later helped the star explode in films such as Charlie's Angels. It was kind of weird to think that a casual game of tennis indirectly launched her into Hollywood stardom, but given her looks, she would have probably made it to the silver screen in any case. Let us know what you think about Fawcett in the comments below. Number 5. Once you see the glowing lights and sleek interiors of the domed city, you'd be forgiven for thinking that it was filmed on an expensive science fiction set, like many other Hollywood movies of the time. The only problem with this is that the low budget would have made it impossible for the director to create such a set. So, they turned to an actual shopping mall, more specifically, the Dallas Market Center and Dallas Apparel Mart in Texas. Since these locations were new, They already had a futuristic resemblance, with glass elevators, wide open spaces, and unique design that stood out from anything else. But this didn't mean the crew did nothing. To give it a more sci-fi feel, they added more colored lights, mirrors, and fog machines. But there was one more problem. The mall was still operational. Yes, unfortunately, the mall couldn't simply be shut down for a few months for filming, and the only available time slot was after business hours. Even more, they didn't need all those extras that you think you see on screen.
No! Don't go in there! You don't have to die!
They actually used some of the mannequins from the clothing stores already in the mall. This significantly reduced the budget, allowing a 1970s film with a budget smaller than that of Star Wars to look like a high-tech, futuristic facility. Fans who visit the building today can still see some of the remnants of the film, such as staircases and escalators. Number 6. When you think of the holographics in the 1970s, the first thought that comes to mind is either Star Wars or Star Trek. But since CGI was expensive and still in its infancy, the crew came up with a different solution that would pull off something groundbreaking.
Report.
There is no sanctuary.
During the scene where Logan is interrogated by the city's supercomputer, his face is seen spinning around him in a surreal high-tech display. Even though it might seem like CGI, it was one of the first uses of holograms in a feature film. Numerous engineers were brought on board, already experimenting with laser-based imaging. To pull this off, a real holographic projector was used to capture the face of Michael York from various angles. Despite it being one of the most expensive and precise parts of the film, it blew audiences away and was something never before seen on television. It really made the film feel like science fiction, and had many top scientists asking questions about how this was even possible before the time of CGI. Nowadays, this wouldn't even turn the heads of your average viewer. But what about the ice robot? Number 7.
I am ready for you. Fish, plankton, sea greens, and protein from the sea.
One of the most unique parts of Logan's Run is certainly the creepy silver robot that was guarding the ice cave. It might feel a little creepy watching it, but it was even more frustrating filming the scenes. Roscoe Lee Brown, the actor who played Box, didn't have it easy, with the suit being made from metallic. He remarked that the suit was stiff, the joints barely moved, and more frustrating was the fact that it broke more than once on set. Since it was held together by a few wires, with an electronic voice sync, it malfunctioned. With each move, wires would become loose, while the voice piece simply didn't work. Even worse was the fact that Brown had to deliver his lines from inside the robot, while making sure that he didn't trip or damage any of the wires. The crew had already lost so much time as production came to a crawl during the scene. Yet, he pulled it off, creating a horrifying character. But behind the scenes, the crew joked that for a killer robot, he was the most high-maintenance actor on set. But perhaps using fire would have helped defeat it. Number 8. One of the most stunning pieces of creativity came from the prop crew. Since they had a very limited budget, coming up with futuristic gadgets for the cast would have been impossible. So, instead of building new gadgets, they raided nearby hardware and kitchen stores to buy basic appliances and kitchen utensils. Many of the tools used by the Sandman technicians and citizens are not exactly what you'd call futuristic. They simply used blenders, electric car openers, and even basic salad tongs. But to make them seem futuristic, the crew sprayed them silver and glued some of them together. Then there were the control consoles that usually operated the futuristic environment, like the doors. For this, they went even further, mounting food trays upside down and repurposing stove knobs that act as activators. The special effects crew dubbed the sounds and lighting to make it seem even more futuristic, and this created the perfect science fiction film in a time where CGI and even basic computers were still a long way off. Number 9. One thing about Logan's Run is that this was not a novel idea. It was based on the novel with the same title, written by co-authors William F. Nolan and George Clayton Johnson in 1967. Screenwriter David Zalak Goodman would later write the screenplay for the film. But there were a few things the movie changed from the original novel. One of the major differences from the novel is that it is set in 2126 AD and not 2274 like the movie suggests. Also, the citizens didn't have the luxury of living to the age of 30, with the book suggesting they were euthanized at the age of 21. But according to the director, it would have been impossible to find a believable cast that was under the age of 21. So, they later changed it, even fiddling with the colors and the peak age. For the film, a person was considered to have reached the peak of their life at the age of 23, which was already too old for the original novel. But this change actually allows them to explore deeper into the world of maturity and rebellion. Yet, this change was nothing new, with Hollywood famously adapting books and stories to fit their idea for a film. At least those who didn't read the original novels found it a unique and purpose-driven storyline. So, what was the actual budget of the film? Number 10. Before the release of Logan's Run, the studio remained skeptical. Not only this, but they were also facing financial trouble, and revealing the true cost of the film could have been a major embarrassment, especially if it didn't hit the way it did. Publicly, MGM claimed that the budget was only $6 million. Yet behind the scenes, everyone knew that it ran over $9 million, and became one of the studio's most expensive films at the time. Due to breakdowns of the equipment, extended shoot locations, and the constant experimenting with special effects, there was no way to stick to the original budget given. So, to ensure investors didn't panic, they trimmed it, creating a lie that would turn into one of the studio's biggest gambles. Fortunately, it paid off, and once it was released, the film went on to make a whopping $25 million in North America alone. This was doubled internationally, raking in a solid $50 million. The film not only saved the studio, but also proved that sometimes gambling is not always that bad. Number 11. One of the most unsettling parts of the film was certainly the carousel scene. Those who have come of age enter the carousel, floating into the air before they vanish and burst into light. Yet the original idea was far more violent and would have garnered a lot of scrutiny from the ratings board. According to some insiders, the initial idea wasn't just for the people to vanish, but they would be torn apart mid-air with visible blood, gore, and bodies exploding in front of the crowd. In fact, the filmmakers wanted to show the brutal reality behind the illusion of renewal. They even filmed it in such a way, but test audiences were horrified, and many viewers found it too disturbing. In fact, the idea clashed significantly with the film's sleek tone, so in the end, they settled for just a casual floating scene where those who came of age would burst into light. This was still somewhat unsettling, but at least it wasn't as gory. Number 12. Jenny Agutter was an absolute stunner on set, but her costume was so controversial, she absolutely hated it. Made from sheer and delicate fabric, it didn't hold up on set. This meant that it kept falling off each time she moved. But even worse is how revealing it was. Other actors could see right through the thin material, and the costume designer didn't want her adjusting it, or it might tear. Since she didn't wear undergarments, she eventually voiced her frustration, and while the scantily clad costume is still visible early on in the film, subsequent changes were made, with something a little less revealing. But you won't believe how long it took to be released after filming. Number 13. When filming ends, it doesn't necessarily mean that a movie is ready to start. Much like the gruesome carousel scene, a lot of the film is often shown to test audiences, but these audiences need to approve of it if they want to move forward. Alongside the problem that the film was a little over the top for violence, scenes with nudity were also a major problem.
Logan! Give me my screamer back!
But this was just the start, and up to 10 different scenes were reportedly removed to bring the film back to a PG rating. Yet even then, there was a lot of hope for the ratings board to actually stick to it. The massive 8 months proved a big delay for the film and the production crew, but in the end, the gamble paid off, and the movie was a major success. Number 14. Following the incredible success of the movie, the team decided they could capitalize and perhaps have a series run.
Oh, wait. We have a friend back in the desert.
Oh, you mean Ram? I know. Look, we'll get word to him.
How did you know his name?
In 1977, the television series kicked off, with George Harrison starring in the role of Logan 5 and many of the cast members being changed. The series didn't gain any real traction with audiences, only lasting for 14 episodes and running from 1977 to 1978. But it had a few twists. In the spin-off, a new group of elders was introduced, who'd form part of the council. These were revealed to be the men who were actually behind the supercomputer. Yet, even deepening the lore didn't help, and the series simply fizzled out due to a lack of support. Number 15. One of the most important parts of the film was certainly the guns. Not only were they intimidating, but they were also used to hunt down anyone trying to escape their fate. In fact, Michael York, who played Logan 5, was a Sandman himself. But using them on stage proved to be more difficult than anyone ever imagined. York frustratingly recalled that those wretched guns misfired as much as they fired, which led to countless retakes. Since these were not real guns, and just props, they used a chemical reaction of calcium carbide and water to produce acetylene gas, which they ignited. This is what created the sound, which was later enhanced with the use of special effects. But the chemical reaction didn't always work, and this led to countless misfires, which meant that scenes had to be reshot. Number 16. Another scene that was cut can only be found in the novel and basically explains the whole premise of the film. You might have been wondering why they want people to renew after 30 years. However, the box scene that was cut revealed precisely this reason. In order for the city to sustain itself, it required human flesh to do so. When people turned 30, they basically turned into an energy source that keeps the city running. But this scene was not only too gruesome to air, it also extended the film for too long. It didn't make the final cut, often making the story and the plot feel a little disjointed. Number 17. The carousel might seem like something interesting, and having the people burst into a ray of light was a great way to show what happened. However, getting them to float in the air proved difficult, and using mannequins for the scene didn't really work. So, the crew set into action a new plan. They rigged the cast members with wires, which would be used as a winch that pulled them into the sky as the special effects of the carousel began. The only problem was that safety was still a massive concern and could have led to some of the crew falling. We suppose they probably had a few mattresses below that would have helped to catch the cast if something went wrong. Number 18. One of the biggest questions many fans have is why Logan's Run was made in the first place. Earlier, I revealed that it was based on a novel and that the director wanted to capture how Hollywood actors are often discarded or fizzled out once they reach a certain age. But these weren't the only reasons. Back in the 1970s, the world was slowly realizing more and more about environmental safety, which became a massive problem. The movie portrays an outside world that was damaged and destroyed, which is why everyone had to live inside this massive dome. Yet at some point, they find out that the outside is salvageable, which makes the whole premise of the film and the reason for them living inside this dystopian palace useless. However, it did create a nice story, and it educated many casual viewers about the real dangers of global warming and how it could possibly force everyone to live inside these kinds of structures sometime in the future. This might be what life on Earth is like in the 23rd century. Number 19.
Cat got 3 different names. See, they got the ordinary name, and then they got their fancy name.
One of the greatest actors to have on board was none other than Peter Ustinov, or the Old Man as many would call him. According to York, it was a sheer delight to work with Ustinov, who didn't just act, but entertained the cast behind the scenes with his incredible stories. But when it was time for him to tell his stories on screen, it was something incredible. According to York, a large part of these stories were improvised, especially when he began talking about the cats. But something was very interesting about the cats. They weren't just brought in for the film, but actually lived on the set. When Ustinov was bored during takes, he eased it for everyone with his drawings. Many of these drawings were made for co-star Agater. 2 of his most iconic were one called Catastrophe, featuring a squished car, and one that featured a zombie feline. Ustinov titled it Catatonic. Logan's Run wasn't just iconic. It set the stage for some of the greatest sci-fi films to come. This included the likes of Star Trek and the iconic Star Wars franchise. But did you know how hard it was for Lucas to create Star Wars?